Don't think we will.
We're going up after. You never know it's me. Huh? Oh, you were panicking, was you? What are you panicking for? See us on there.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mums and dads, a very, very warm welcome to you here to the Wales Airshow in conjunction with also we've been celebrating today Wales Armed Forces Day as well. Great to see so many of you here already. We've got an action-packed afternoon, some of the greatest pilots and most exciting aircraft you can imagine during the course of this afternoon. The weather is looking terrific here. We have had a few issues getting people across from the other side of the country, East Anglia way, but we're hoping, fingers crossed, that everybody will be able to make it along. Now, it is a windy day, so number one rule, hang on to everything that you own, please. Keep a very tight hold on it. If you're thinking, well, don't even bother to try thinking about possibly flying anything like a kite or a drone or a balloon. That is absolutely banned for the next 4 to 5 hours because it will interfere with the flying program. Now, at the same time, although it's a bit chilly out there, do bear in mind the sun is still very strong this time of year, so please ensure the children in particular are looked after. Plenty of sunscreen and a hat as well. Very, very useful indeed. Plenty of fluids as well. Security absolutely paramount in our minds throughout the country, of course. Please keep a hold of all your belongings, not just from a safety perspective, but also from a security perspective as well. But if there's anything you spot that is remotely concerning, then please speak to any of the friendly stewards around the site and any of the police we have here with us today. Lots and lots of people here to help you, and keep an eye on the children. If you haven't got a wristband, then maybe think about taking a picture yourselves to help recover later on of where you are and who's in your particular team. But there are wristbands available to help to reconnect you, I think is the best way to describe that during the course of the afternoon.
Croeso I sioe awyr Cymru yma yn Bai Abertawe, digwyddiad rad ac am ddim wrth gwrs ar digwyddiad mwyaf yma yng Nghymru. Cofiwch chi cysylltu ar y trydar. Don't forget then to get in touch with us on the socials, hashtag Wales Airshow. But as George just mentioned, just some safety information. Wybodaeth holl bwysig prynhawn yma, peidiwch am mynd tu allan a tu hwnt i'r llinell y gwylwyr ar y traeth nes bod yr arddangosiad awyr olaf wedi orffen. In other words, don't go further than that line that George just mentioned. Peidiwch hefyd am mynd allan gyda'r drones, no drones, as we said, ac wrth gwrs mae'r ardal o flaen y caffi, y secret sydd wedi amalgylchu ar gyfer y disgyniad a tîm arddangos parachute, felly cadwch o'r ardal hon. Don't forget to stay away from that area in front of the secret, where the parachute team will be coming in a little bit later. Hollol o holl bwysig, mae'r baneri gyda rif a pob un o'r draws y trawth rhwng Bryn Melin a'r ganolfan ddinesig. So, yeah, we've got those banners on the beach that are numbered. Take note of those. Na ddi brif y cymorth cyntaf, there are 2 main first aid points. Those are staffed by St John's ambulance personnel. So just some safety information. But once again, a warm welcome to the Wales Airshow here in Swansea Bay. And do get in touch with us. Hashtag Wales Airshow on X, formerly Twitter. Hello to Sarah Lott, here from Yeovil in Somerset. Hello to Ian and Sarah. And to Andy H, Andrew and James from Manchester. So myself and George are going to be looking out for who's travelled the furthest this afternoon. So do let us know on the socials.
Brilliant. Just 15 minutes to go, so get yourself settled and sorted for a great afternoon's aerial entertainment. Well, we certainly won't be letting the sun go down. In fact, it's getting better and better as the afternoon goes on, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, over the next couple of hours, we've got an amazing cross-section of different aircraft. We've got the Fast and Furious. We've got some very, very exciting aerobatic flying to start off the afternoon. But, of course, contributions from the services as well. One of the training aircraft will be early on in the program, and that'll be the Royal Air Force Tutor as well, something that, of course, even majority or a lot of the Royal family have trained on themselves over the years. But it'll be featuring, of course, from the services, not just the Red Arrows later on this afternoon, but the mighty Typhoon will be coming up in the first half. The contribution from the Royal Navy is very much from their charitable arm, the historic branch of the Navy through what they call Navy Wings. More about that later on, but we're seeing interesting formation for Wasp and Swordfish as well. Another contribution will be from another organisation called Historic Helicopters. That's based in Somerset, not far from Yeovilton as well, with a welcome Sea King. Fingers crossed, we're hoping to see a hurricane, not entirely confirmed yet, given some of the issues across in the eastern side of the country. But some real favourites, and one of our international visitors, in fact the only major one being the Vampire from the Norwegian Historical Squadron as well. A very good friend of mine based across just outside Oslo, bringing his super aircraft, of course. And let's not forget, highlight of the afternoon, our very own locally based Team Raven.
Ie, llwyth i ddod ar draws y prynhawn, yr anangosiad awyr yn dechrau am hanner awr wedi un wrth gwrs prynhawn yma. Bydd y Red Arrows yn performio wedyn ar ôl 5 y nos, a llwyth i ddod tan hynny wrth gwrs. Yr RAF Typhoon am rhwng hanner awr wedi 4 prynhawn yma, a fydd y Typhoon yn brynhinol yr hedfan am ryw hanner awr wedi 4. A hefyd ar y ddeiar, llwyth yn digwydd. Mae ddangosfad yr ardal hwyl i'r teulu newydd gan cynnwys y ganolfan ddinesig. Bydd digon o waith gareddau i pawb sy'n cynnwys Discover the New Family Fun area. You can do that, of course, by the Civic Centre. Plenty of family fun as well as all the goings on in the air, of course. Cwb Pleildroed, Dinas Abertawe gyda Sybil a Cyril. So Swansea City Football Club, special appearances from Sybil and Cyril on the ground. Plus, we've got children entertainers, craft workshops, interactive games, as well as what's happening up in the sky. And some stage entertainment. Fydd Traud Bale Canto Village, those guys performing on the stage. We've got a full programme of music and events, of course, in the stage activity area between now and around 5:15, a little later between all of those air displays. Now, gyda'r plant, os ma nhw ar goll with the kids, of course, we've got those wristbands, the emergency services, the police in particular, handing out those. So if you do want one for the kids, of course, you can get one of those, put your details on it. But a quick top tip that we've been talking about earlier is if you take a quick picture of your kids and what they're wearing right now, it's easier then, of course, if they do get lost, to know exactly what they're looking. So mum, dads, parents, guardians, whoever they may be, if you can just take a quick picture of the kids with you today. So in the unfortunate event that they do get lost, it's easy to show us exactly what they look like. And of course, as we've been saying across the day, lots going on, of course, on the socials as well. Hashtag Wales Airshow. On yeah, carwch yn saff, stay safe. We'll have lots more to come throughout the afternoon.
So what happens now, just before an air show starts, we set the scene. So an awful lot of management involved in running this. You'll see, if you look out to sea, you'll see some very, very large red buoys out there. That's one of the marker lines. In fact, that's the main one. And we often refer to that as the A-axis. So that goes left to right across the beach. And that is a distance marker. We call it the lateral separation line, which is a safety demarcation area to ensure that, obviously, you remain as safe as possible. That's why we don't want you to go down and start swimming or paddling just yet. No chance of that, however, of course, because we've got a very low tide at the moment. That's a long way out. But please take note of the marshals. They are there along the beach in their high-vis jackets. Once flying commences, we ask you please to remain back on the main part of the beach so that we can continue unhindered without having to stop the flying at any stage during the course of the afternoon. So in the airspace as well, we have to secure that as well. We're talking to all the air traffic authorities as well. We reserve a big block of airspace to hopefully enjoy the aerobatics and antics, and of course create the space big and safe enough for the Red Arrows to perform in. I can hear the radio, of course, crackling into life as well, as our first entertainment article is lining up behind us. You can't see them yet, but they're getting ready. They're doing their checks. They do a little bit of what we call a G-burn. It's just to get used to pulling various G-forces. We'll tell you a lot about that in the moment. But just a reminder, as we've got a couple of minutes before the first aircraft, of course, none of this would happen without the help of one or two sponsors.
Ie, jyst neges am eich digwylwch chi paidiwch yn mynd i hwnt i'r llinell y gwylwyr ar y traeth nes bod ar anangosiad awyr olaf wedi orffen. A hefyd, fel ni'n clywed, hoffwn i ddiolch i'r noddwyr a'r cefnogwyr sioe awyr Cymru eleni. Mae Cymru, First Cymru, wedi lansio taliau tapio a mewn ac allan. So just to mention some of those partner organisations. So First Cymru, they've launched their London-style tap-on, tap-off payment system. The easiest way to travel by bus. Just tap a card of payment device when you board and again when you get off. The cheapest fare is calculated for you, and you can find out more at firstbus.co.uk/blind slice Cymru fares. A mae First Cymru yn gweithredu. First Cymru operate 110 bus services right across South and West Wales, all the way from Pembroke Dock right through to Cardiff. So do get out and about this summer on one of their buses with their £10 group ticket that gives unlimited travel for 5 people all day long, launching just in time for the school summer holidays.
So just a couple of minutes to go now. Make sure you're all settled and ready to go. During the course of the afternoon, of course, there will be little gaps during the course of the air show. And, of course, an opportunity at around about 3:15 to take a bit of a tea break for 40 minutes or thereabouts. A good chance for you to take the children and go and meet all the servicemen and cadets at the military villages. A lot of really, really good military hardware as well to climb over there, as well as an old Hurricane I noticed walking in this morning as well, right on the roadway. So lots to do during the course of the afternoon. And at the end of the day, please don't plan to rush away too fast. I'm sure that you'll only get held up in traffic queues. So enjoy all the festivities and fun and activities right along the seafront here at this fantastic 2024 Wales Airshow.
Ie, ddim hir I aros, ychydig o funudau I fynd tan y digwyddiad fawr ac unwaith eto croeso I sioe awyr Cymru yma yn Bai Abertawe, digwyddiad am ddim mwyaf yma yng Nghymru. Nawr, os ydych chi yn ymuno gyda ni am y tro cyntaf flwyddyn yma, croeso, diolch am ymuno gyda ni. If you are joining us for the first time this year, a warm welcome. And as you've been hearing, of course, just minutes away now from that display getting underway.
I hear the pilots checking in on the radios now. Of course, what you're about to see is a very, very dynamic start to the air show indeed. 2 guys right at the top of their profession. Both have been British aerobatic champions in their time, flying the very latest in aerobatic high-performance aircraft. Comes out of a factory called the Extra Factory, And these aircraft, the latest in all carbon rigid base frames. Now there's a bit of technology for you. It really is a quantum leap forward in aerobatic flying. They're also a beautiful looking aircraft as well, very powerful, and in the hands of very, very capable aircraft, air pilots as well. Now, of course, this takes an awful lot of preparation and training. What you see in about 7 and 8 minutes takes months and months of preparation, let alone the years of aviation experience that they have behind them. There they come now, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome the Starlings. Now, the smoke you see is synonymous with many air displays that you'll see during the course of the afternoon, not just for your own entertainment and for aesthetics, but of course also essentially for safety, because when the aircraft break up into different aspects of the sky, it enables them to have a very, very quick and easy reference on where their partner is actually flying. These aircraft designed for maximum pilot control, equipped with state-of-the-art avionics as well, improved aerodynamics, giving a really thrilling and exhilarating performance. Running in now, putting up, here we go, the Starlings. And this is a great way to start the afternoon, performing high octane close formation aerobatics, gyroscopic tumbles. Both these pilots, well over 50 years of combined aerobatic experience in air shows and competitions, and they've flown all over the world as solos and part of larger formations as well. You may well have heard of the Global Stars. Well, these two guys were part of that outfit for many, many years, flying under the extremely well-known Mark Jeffries. Something of an age difference here. Tom Cassell's massively experienced man himself at the senior end of this formation partnership, and joined at the hip by Michael Picking. Very relative youngster in many ways, the youngest person ever to have been a British aerobatic champion. Relatively steady start. Requires a lot of trust as well. The lead pilot concentrating on getting the direction right, and the second pilot has to concentrate totally on the actions. All the little control outputs that the lead pilot is putting in have to be exactly replicated. Very much a warm-up sequence this before they get into a more dynamic profile. There in line astern, the training aircraft just tucks a nose literally right under the tail of the leading aircraft, and has to, as that little control airput goes in, there we go, pulling up, pulling a little bit of G now, coming on. And there they are, turning through a very, very high barrel. And that is exactly what it's designed to do, is to replicate flying around the outside of a very, very large barrel of beer or whatever it may be. These guys, consummate professionals. Very, very satisfying form of flying this pairs formation flying. Using the very latest in extra aircraft, the NG coming out of the design factory of Walter Extra. These aircraft capable of unlimited aerobatics, roll rates in excess of 420 degrees per second, and able to pull and push plus or minus 10 G. That's 10 times your body weight. So you're all sitting around or walking at 1 G at the moment. Imagine somebody pressing down on your head, and that pressure increases until you're 2, 3, 4 times the weight of your normal body. And that is positive G. Now, if you would turn you upside down and we started pushing away from you, in other words, when the aircraft go upside down, that is negative G, and it's a very, very uncomfortable position indeed. So these guys, as well as training to be absolutely excellent aerobatic pilots, also have to be physically strong and keep fit and well trained to be able to withstand the extremes of G. Both of them have that experience, though. Tom, with over 40 different types of aircraft, well in excess of 7,000 hours. Spent many of his early years dropping pilots from Islander aircraft, and also participating in free-fall parachuting himself. Was a member of the Armed Forces himself, actually served with the British Army in the 13th, 18th Hussars, a jolly smart outfit indeed. Started flying back in the early 80s and started his aerobatic flying in the early 90s. He went all the standards that he went through, from beginners to standard to intermediate, and was claimed the National Advanced Champion in 1994. From 1996 onwards, was in the British Unlimited team, winning many trophies during the course of the next decade. The other seat, Michael Pickin, was already known as one of the very youngest to win the British Aerobatic Championship. Was just 14 years old when he first did that, and went on to become the youngest person ever to be awarded a CAA display authorization. At the age of 23, he became the youngest ever British Advanced National Aerobatic Champion, and is still one of the youngest unlimited level aerobatic pilots in Europe. Now breaking into opposition aerobatic maneuvers, and you can see the way that wind is really strong. So about 200 to 300 feet, you can add another 10 knots on the wind, and it will be a lot more bumpy up there as well. Now here's the smoke comes in handy. It helps you keep eyes on as they come in for the opposition pass. And putting in the roll now. And just look at just how efficient. Smoke coming off now as they go and hold the aircraft, and instead of stalling it, they just pull over the top. Never flying very far in a straight line, putting in a few extra turns there as they come through. These guys have performed both in formations and solo displays throughout the world. Very passionate about their flying and have experience on many other aircraft as well. The late Pete Clark, who introduced Tom to aerobatics back in the 90s. Tom started out on the Slingsby Firefly before going on to get his own Zlin, with which he won the 1995 Advanced Level Championships. Spent many years flying a Cap 232 and displayed that as well before then synchronizing this partnership with the same wonderful extra NG aircraft. Smoke on again, pulling apart the first heart of this day. And look at that heart already drifting away at around 20 knots to our left. So good chance to give your neighbor, your partner a hug there. Young Michael's flown well over 50 different types, ranging all the way from gliders through to airliners. Is still an active commercial pilot on the Boeing 75s and 767 series of aircraft. So checking in now as they come in at lower level, that they can both see each other, have eyes on. Slow rolling can be very tricky now, going through a bit of inverted flight. That is where the blood was rushing to his head. Now coming back the same way. G coming on there, pulling up 5, 6G, and you notice that familiar dotty smoke. It's a unique trademark of these guys. And it's all controlled. So the smoke able to design various shapes, and of course also type, literally type a message in the sky as well. Here we're now seeing the tumble, using the velocity of the aircraft and the energy gain to literally throw the stick around the cockpit. It's a bit like putting yourself in a washing machine on high spin. Takes an awful lot of control and practice. And the G's literally bouncing backwards and forwards to plus to minus. Holding it in the sky, letting it fall back on itself, tumbling nose over tail, and now into very, very slow flight, literally holding it on the stall before then letting the weight of the aircraft build up the speed, and they use that energy to help them come into the very next maneuver. Real masterclass in aerobatic maneuvers you're seeing here. And just see note how quickly, as soon as you put the stick across the cockpits, that aircraft just wants to turn and roll forever. Holding it now, letting the energy deplete, letting the aircraft drift back on itself, and cartwheeling literally from side to side. Very, very tricky maneuver. Recovering in plenty of time, however. Letting it go flat. And then pulling out, smoke on, out in the distance. The other pilot keeping it, of course, in sight. So keep your eyes up now, look way out, the dotty smoke there, just letting you see where the other aircraft is now diving in. Now, although these are pretty powerful aircraft, they nonetheless still use that altitude to build up even yet more energy, increase the speed. Coming in tight. Here the G will come on really strong now. 6-7G pulling up. To get through that, you strain the body and tense, and just literally your world goes upside down. So the repertoire is all theirs to perform as they wish, depending on the conditions. When you get to unlimited standard, you have literally every trick in the book in the top of your head. You've got the airplane to do it. And then you just literally work out the course. All the time, these guys will be adjusting for that very strong wind, which is blowing them not only slightly out to sea, but also to the left as well. Literally knife edging it through that turn, and then letting the half a spin or so, reconnecting onto the course outbound. It's a lovely shape, isn't it? It's just made for speed and made for aerobatics. Outstanding class of aircraft, much advanced on the early extra 300s. And just a perfect day for it. Apart from the winds, giving them a bit of a, not too much of a problem. These are really high performers, but when we see the slower aircraft coming in a little later on. Still climbing there, holding it very, very close to the stall, you notice, as we're going up. But then once again, using the weight, the descent, as well as the engine power to increase the speed. That gives you all the energy then to pull up, which you'll do very shortly, into another series of dynamic maneuvers. Rolling it off the top, reconnecting. Oh, and I love that knife edge slide across the sky there. An absolutely delightful maneuver. A lot of skill going into that. The pilot's just confirming their next set of maneuvers, just a short gap. Catching the sun neatly out there, you see. Good way to swim there. Just coming in, closing now. Over towards Port Talbot. Just spectacular visibility. Ideal performance days. Very little cloud to hinder the displays this afternoon. And that is how the calls are made when you're coming into close formation. It's all on the cadence. You get a little warning call, smoke coming on, coming back in for the concluding part of their sequence. And you can just see how far the wind has blown them off to the left of the display area. So the lead aircraft inverted there, hanging in his straps as the second pilot keeps absolutely steady on the tail, totally focused. Of course, not an easy maneuver. Literally eons. Just calling the roll now. And there he goes. And that is Tom Cassels and Michael Picking, calling complete at the end of an absolutely fabulous display. They will be taking a little mental break now, calming down for a moment. It's about a whole day's work gone into about 8 minutes there, and extremely well done indeed.
Ie, sioe anhygoel, an amazing display. Nawr, cofiwch heddi yma hefyd, mae sioe Awyr Cymru yn un o'r uchafbwyntiau raglen digwyddiadau joio bai Abertawe sydd yn cynnwys yn haf o chwaraeon, gyda wyl y parachwaraeon, cyfres paratriathlon y byd ar Ironman 70.3 Theatr Awyr Agored yn Hastell Hwmnarth y Cyngerdd y Mark Singleton, gyda'r 10K bai Abertawe a llwyth mwy. Wales Airshow, one of the highlights of Swansea Council's Enjoy Swansea Bay programme of events, which of course not just today, but includes the Summer of Sport with Para Sports Festival, Ironman 70.3, the Outdoor Theatre at Oystermouth Castle, and concerts right across the area, including Singleton Park just across the road there with the Swansea Bay 10K and much more. Nawr, am fwy o wybodaeth, ewch draw I joioabertawe.com ar y holl digwyddiadau sy'n cael ei gynnwys yn ystod y haf a gael heibio'r man wybodaeth ger Cenotaph neu'r Ganolfan Ddynesig I gasglu copi o'r llyfrau Haf yw Joio. You can visit enjoyswansea.com for all the information on events taking place during the summer and pop along for more.
Well, thank you very much. I've got Jay alongside me today, who's helping me get through the Welsh language and a lot of other information as well, because coming up in a moment, we need him to give his seat over to our first visitors for the afternoon from the Royal Air Force. And you'll hear a little bit more about that. Now, this is an interesting aircraft. It is the aircraft that all youngsters will first start their training on. And, of course, It is relatively straightforward. It's a commercial aircraft. Most people can buy it. It's a good trainer in many respects in that it's slightly underpowered for the many manoeuvres you're required to do. And it's in the hands today of a very accomplished pilot from the Royal Air Force, Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews. But got a very good young team here today to tell us a little bit more about that in the name of Isabel and Lloyd. I believe it's Lloyd's chance today. Now, you may be searching out there, but there is an aircraft way out to sea. Lloyd, good afternoon to you. Tell us what's coming next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the 2024 Royal Air Force Tutor display. And now, flying towards you from the centre at nearly 200 miles per hour is the Tutor display pilot, Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews. As he pulls up at 5G, he converts his speed into height to perform his first manoeuvre, the Hammerhead. Flight Lieutenant Dews was born in Carmarthen and had his first flying lesson out of Swansea Airport. Started flying in the Royal Air Force in 1989, flying the VC-10 out of Brize Norton, and then as a search and rescue pilot on the Sea King. From the end of this half horizontal, Bob will push negative 2G to level the aircraft upside down for the inverted pass. This is Bob's first year with the Tutor display. He is operating at a base height of 500 feet, except the two final passes at 300 feet. The next two manoeuvres are the wingover and the ballistic roll, which Bob can use to gain energy for the next part of the sequence. The ballistic rolls are flown in opposite directions to maintain his line. Flying the Tutor requires careful energy management due to its low power-to-weight ratio. When not displaying, Bob is a qualified flying instructor on 115 Squadron, based at RAF Wittering, where he trains the future generation of Royal Air Force pilots, as well as converting frontline pilots into qualified flying instructors. During his varied career, Bob has amassed over 8,000 flying hours on 15 different aircraft types. This represents almost a full year in the air. After completing this half Cuban, Bob will enter the slow roll. Get your cameras ready for some great angles. Throughout the slow roll, Bob will skillfully coordinate elevator, rudder, and aileron inputs to keep the lift vector pointing upwards. This prevents him from descending towards the ground. Tutor has a top speed of 212 miles per hour and can achieve maximum positive 6G, meaning that the pilot is subject to forces 6 times stronger than gravity. Next, we have another wingover, a combined pitching and rolling maneuver used to turn the aircraft flight path through 180 degrees. You will notice that every wingover is slightly different as Bob carefully selects his flight path to cater for different wind conditions and aircraft energy states. Bob now rolls 90 degrees whilst pointing straight up before completing a stall turn at almost 0 airspeed. The two 90-degree turns allow Bob to continue in the same direction. The Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School in partnership with Babcock International, primarily flying University Air Squadron students and RAF Air Cadets. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK that offer flights to up to 20,000 cadets each year. You can join the Royal Air Force Cadets if you're between 12 and 17 years old. Unlike the last stall turn, this one is flown conventionally, exiting in the opposite direction to the entry. In the next manoeuvre, the 4-point roll, Bob delicately uses the rudder to support the nose above the horizon, whilst flying at 90 degrees angle of bank. You may have noticed the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund heart on the belly of the aircraft, seen since 2022 to celebrate this fantastic charity. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets, and veterans whenever they are in need. We're proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the Royal Air Force family. Visit our tent, website, or view our Tutor display leaflets to access a QR code to donate to the Benevolent Fund. For those of you that are considering going to university, there are 15 University Air Squadrons across the UK. Students on the University Air Squadrons are taught to fly the tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors. University Air Squadrons provide a huge opportunity for personal development, as well as a wide variety of adventure training in the UK and expeditions across the globe. We're now in the high energy section of the display with the Derry Turn, the Quarter Clover, and now the Loop, which is a quintessential aerobatic maneuver. As he pulls up, Bob is subject to 5G. He aims to pitch the aircraft around an imaginary circle in the sky. Even whilst inverted, the centrifugal forces keep him pressed into his seat. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions and has an exciting future with the continued development of our combat and maritime patrol aircraft and UK Space Command. They will soon be joined by the introduction of our airborne early warning aircraft, the E-7 Wedgetail, and new remotely piloted capabilities with the Protector. The high tempo of operations continues today with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world, operating with NATO and our other allies. Bob will now enter the final section of the display with another ballistic roll and half horizontal. I'd like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Squadron Prince and Babcock, who have provided much of the merchandise we're giving out at our stand this season. Bob will now bring the tutor around for his departing wave. This is another great photo opportunity. Make sure to tag the RAF Tutor display on social media so that we can see your shots. If you look carefully, you should be able to see him waving, so please give him a big wave back. It's been a pleasure to display at the Wales Airshow this year. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2024 Royal Air Force Tutor Display.
Well, thank you very much. That was Lloyd. I should have got his name, but let me see. It's Lloyd Mamet, and I see you're going to be a navigator. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes,
yeah,
indeed.
Marvellous. And how is training going?
Yeah, really well, really well. I've completed all my phase 2. I'm just waiting to go onto my operational unit.
Which is?
31 Squadron.
Oh, it sounds
Gold Stars.
Absolutely, very exciting. I was a holding student myself on 31 Squadron a couple of decades ago, not very long at all. It was just a little while, but it was absolutely immense fun. Thanks very much. You're clearly enjoying it. And tomorrow we look forward to hearing from Isabel.
Thank you very much.
All
Thanks
right,
for having us.
have a good day. Cheers. Bye. Okay, well, something even more dynamic is going to come your way in a moment. But before we do that, let's just have a little recap of things going on around the showground. From my good colleague Jay.
Ie, cofiwch, y llwyth yn digwydd lawr yma heddi, a croeso cynnes i chi gyd i'r sioe Awyr Cymru yn Bai Abertawe. Warm welcome to each and every one of you. So, as we've been hearing, lots of going on in the air, of course. Llwyth yn digwydd yn yr awyr, sef yr air displays, yr red arrows, hefyd Typhoon. Yn gynharach, o'n i'n clywed am llwyth o'r digwyddiadau ar y ddeiar hefyd, talking about some of the events going on the ground as well. Felly, gallwch ddarganfod yr hwyl i'r taulu newydd yn y golfan ddinaseddig bydd digon o waith gyrreddau i pawb sy'n cynnwys. That's the Discover, the new family fun area at the Civic Centre. Plenty of family fun and friendly activities going on there. Hefyd, prynhaw yma, fydd Clwb Pêl-droed Dinas Abertawe gyda Sybil a Cyril. Yes, Swansea City Football Club with their special appearances from Sybil and Cyril the Swan, plus the children's entertainers. There's craft workshops, interactive games, sustainable crafts, Some guest appearances as well from some TV favourites over there. A hefyd, llwyth o bethau I wneud gyda'r lleoedd arfog, gan cynnwys plenty going on as well with the armed forces and the armed services, including the Band of Prince of Wales and the large combat vehicles.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've got to look very, very sharp now, because there's an aircraft heading your way at around about 600 miles an hour. Yes, you're going now to the sharp end of the Royal Air Force, the operational arm, and this is one of the most capable aircraft that the Air Force has had in its inventory for a very, very long time. Brakes off to 35,000 feet and Mach 1.5, 1.5 times the speed of sound in just 2.5 minutes. Brakes to lift off in 8 seconds, withstanding +9 to -3 G-force and flying up in the region of 55,000 feet. You're about to see down the jet pipe of 2 Eurojet EJ200 reheated turbofans, giving you a combined thrust of 40,000 pounds. Please welcome Turboy from the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team. And what a great sight that is. Literally, we have a speed limit here of 600 miles an hour, and that's because, of course, we can't afford anybody to break the speed limit or indeed damage your ears and frighten all the dogs down there. Heading straight into a wonderful high-speed pass and a high G-turn. Now keep an eye on the underside of this amazing machine as well, and just see the 13 hard points there, able to carry the variety of ASRAM, Storm Shadow, Brimstone, the Paveway 4 laser-guided 500-pound bombs, and the GPS bombs as well, all together with a 27mm cannon. All in the hands today of Flight Lieutenant David Turnbull, nicknamed Turbo by his chums. Born across in Welwyn Garden City, grew up in Cambridgeshire, got interested in the Air Force and joined as soon as he could at 17. Enjoys an awful lot of other things, but actually the top of his list is flying 9G during a display in this amazing machine. Awarded his wings at Linton-on-Ouse, went on after, of course, completed the advanced fast jet training course. First soloed on the Typhoon at the start of 2018 on the Operational Conversion Squadron, 29 Squadron at Royal Air Force Coningsby, before doing a tour on 2 Squadron. These aircraft, of course, are actively involved in various operations, and Turbo himself has been involved in deployments on Jeddah, over Iraq and Syria, Saif Syria, and Basama Lima in Oman and Malaysia, as well as the occasional trip down to Mount Pleasant in the Falkland Islands as well. Remarkable thing about this amazingly dynamic design, of course, goes back to the mid-80s in the Eurofighter program, as was then, is just the extraordinary small space in which you can demonstrate such a high-performance aircraft. Going through a very slow roll now. Again, can be complicated, but effortlessly completed by Turbo there. Big machine, this of course looks very strange going so slow. Actually designed to be aerodynamically unstable in subsonic flight, but the combination of both the pilots and the onboard systems provides the aircraft to meet the majority of combat scenarios. Of course, often referred to as Barking Betty or other various nicknames, the onboard assistant, they're doing the best to keep the aircraft in a safe space. Slowing the jet right down now, coming into what we call a high alpha pass, the stick back towards his stomach, and the speed right back to about 110 to 120 knots. Quite extraordinary for an aircraft capable of such outstanding speeds in the sky. Almost looks totally unusual. Almost hardly moving. Of course, about a 20-knot wind on his nose there, helping out a little bit as well. Now putting on the power, those EJ 200 turbofans kicking back in again. Pulling up into a slower speed loop. And as he rolls away, he'll be putting in a 450-degree roll. There as she goes. Or storming around to come down the crowd line once again. Very high agility. You can see why this is such a favored aircraft for combat and operational patrols. Pushing away from us there, all the blood rushing to his head. Nothing you can do about that. Whilst the pilots hold and wear an awful lot of G suppression equipment, there's nothing you can do about negative, and you get a thing called thread out occasionally. The blood is pumping into your head and into your eyes. Coming out of a negative half G Cuban there, putting in a quick 270. Just enjoying every bit of this, having completed his time as a qualified, well, he hasn't finished it, but he certainly qualified and is employed as a qualified flying instructor, converting a whole range of new pilots to the Typhoon, preparing them clearly for their own operational and instructional duties. Don't forget all these guys, of course, also on duty 24 hours a day, performing what we call the Quick Reaction Alert, QRA as it's known, keeping the airspace around the United Kingdom as safe as possible. Coming in now, holding that tight, pulling on the Gs, round about 8, 9G coming up. This is the way to complete an air show now. Shooting up, departing right up into the skies. Won't get the chance to give him a wave, but literally climbing to the heavens. Outstanding performance from the Royal Air Force Typhoon, and particularly from Flight Lieutenant David Turnbull there. Now, they have an excellent stand along the seafront, so please make your way down there a little later on when you get a break. take the children down, meet the guys that are supporting him. And you may think it's just one jet and one pilot, but there's a vast amount of logistical and maintenance support that goes behind all of these aircraft.
Nawr, cofiwch prynhawn, mae hefyd mae'r amserau hedfan ar gael ar wefan Sioe Awyr Cymru neu ar y app. Felly beth am lawr lwyth o'r app i gael y raglen ddigol ar gyfer y digwyddiad ar draws y penwythnos. And those display times of all the goings on today and tomorrow, don't forget, are available on the Wales Airshow website and on the app. You can download the app for your digital programme for the event over the weekend. Cofiwch hefyd fydd yr app yn llawn y holl wybodaeth am unrhyw newidiadau i'r amserlen. Chwiliwch nawr am Wales Airshow ar Google Play neu ar App Store. Remember as well, the app will send you push notifications to remind you when each display is about to start and those timetable changes. Sometimes, as you've been hearing across the afternoon, things don't always go to the exact time because of the weather and a couple of changes. So the app will have all the very latest information. Just search out Google Play or the App Store.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm just looking out to the horizon now to see what is quite a unique formation coming in. Very historic, but also very, very slow. And it will appear even slower to you when you appreciate just how strong this wind is. So it's about 15 knots down on the beach there. We had a report from one pilot at about 300 feet saying it was 26, and therefore that's going to be quite tricky. And you noticed earlier on how the aircraft, the lighter aircraft, were drifting over to our left. Well, that is certainly set to continue, I suspect, whilst this strong winds. Now, just a reminder, with that wind, to ensure that you keep all your belongings with you, preferably strapped to the ground where you can. Please don't even think about putting anything into the air like a kite or a balloon or a drone. That is all absolutely banned, and you will be arrested if you do interfere with the flying display. Now, just another brief reminder, we're looking after security. That's the children, of course. If you haven't picked up a wristband yet, please do so. That'll help you reconnect and relocate each other later on. But this formation, which we're coming in very shortly, is from an organisation referred to as Navy Wings. That is very much the charitable and historic branch of today's Royal Navy coming our way. And in times long past, of course, the pipes were the way to command various activities, the pipes and bugles, to getting to various duties. And, of course, flying, a very, very long heritage in the Navy as well. They were established very, very early on at the similar time to the Royal Flying Corps. And to get their men into action stations, you might have heard something like this. And that is essentially to prepare us for launching aircraft off the heaving, rolling decks of various aircraft carriers. In the case of helicopters, it may well be the stern of a frigate. And we're going to see several examples of that because this combined activity here with initially with 3 aircraft, and then they were split into their own individual designs as well. We're hoping to see a Fairey Swordfish, a Wildcat HMA-2 of the modern frontline fleet air arm, and a Wasp HAS-1, all together. Very much a Royal Navy section here. Of course, these people also reflected along the seafront as well. So again, if you want to learn more about them, then do go along and have a chat. So not quite with us just yet, so we'll just pause for a moment.
Cofiwch hefyd, paidwch yn mynd tu hwnt i'r llinell y gwylwyr ar y traeth nes bod yr arddangosiad awyr olaf wedi orffen. Please don't go beyond the line, of course, on the beaches for your safety. With that tide going out, do stay close if you can.
Lovely, thank you for that. Well, here we are on the left-hand side now. You'll see them in a widespread formation. Right in the centre there, the Fairey Swordfish, and then alongside left and right, we have the Wasp and the Wildcat, all based down in Yeovilton, looking very, very graceful indeed. An absolutely delightful sight and a real pleasure to have them here at the Wales Airshow. Leading from the front, the Navy Wings Swordfish, a charity that has for many years supported the Royal Navy's aviation heritage and the newly formed Navy Wings Heritage Flight, taking on the role of preserving and flying these historic naval aircraft for everybody to admire. Complete with its own torpedo, I should say, and flanked by the modern Wildcat on our side and the historic Wasp on the far side. All aimed to inspire future generations and to remember the service and sacrifice of those involved with naval flying, and of course promote a better understanding of the part that these aircraft played in many famous operations. All the aircraft of the Heritage Flight now funded entirely by public donations, and anything you can do to support them here today, I know will be much appreciated. They've got quite a collection. They've actually got other swordfish as well they're working on and hoping to bring them up to flying standard. Supermarine Seafire, Western Wasp you see here today. They have a Harvard and also a Stinson Reliant, as well as an associate Tiger Moth. But also in the collection, waiting further assessment and refurbishment, a magnificent Seahawk and Sea Fury, as well as two Chipmunks they use for essentially for training purposes. Bygone days, of course, tailwheel aircraft was the only choice of aircraft, but now they're lesser, and it requires quite a skilled art from modern pilots used to flying on tricycle undercarriages to get used to the art of a tail dragger, they're referred to. Coming back into wind now, punching into what is a fairly strong and a little bit of a bumpy ride as well. Repositioning slowly, another turn before they come back and signal. So the team now repositioning for their first break, which will give an opportunity for all of us to see them in each of their individual styles and show off the capability of each aircraft. Swordfish today being led in the hands of Mark Jameson, Tim Delafosse in the Wasp, and we'll come on in more detail to Scotty and his wingman in the Wildcat a little later on. And there is the command from the leader. The Wildcats, black one. And now the Wasp breaks off as well, leaving us the majesty of the wonderful Swordfish. Of course, these valiant and extremely famous aircraft. Countless service. Torpedo bomber with a massive great Bristol Pegasus 9-cylinder radial supercharged engine on the front end, giving us 750 horsepower. but only making it about 100 knots in a straight line. Got a crew of 3, you'll notice, and able to fly for about 4 hours. And initially as a private venture to satisfy a requirement to replace the Greek Fairey 3F aircraft, originally known as the TSR-1, the torpedo spotter reconnaissance aircraft, but latterly redesigned into the TSR-2, and not to be confused with another famous jet aircraft, of course. Taken into service in 1936, would you believe, as the Swordfish Mark 1. As he goes off to the right-hand side, coming in front of us now, Dom Delafosse in the Wasp. This and all British aircraft, very robust, very strong, incredibly popular with the military services of all ranks and designs. Featured hugely during the Falklands campaign alongside the Army Scout helicopter. The difference between the two, of course, being the wheels fitted to this one to enable maneuverability around the deck, as opposed to the skids more common of the Army aircraft. Aircraft owned and operated by Navy Wings, the Heritage flights, as I mentioned there, based in Yeovilton. Based in the colours of HMS Aurora's Wasp flight, a Leander-class frigate. And at the helm today, Tim, who used to fly Sea Kings in the Royal Navy. Like so many other pilots, though, he went on to fly a whole range of different aircraft after well over 30 years with British Airways, including all of the Boeings and the Airbuses, and some of the older British types as well, such as the 748, the 111, and the RJ146. Distinctive whine from the well-known Nimbus Rolls-Royce engine, originally called the Sea Scout, designed exactly alongside the Army Scout version, and one of the world's first frigate-based helicopters. Tim putting it through its various slow speed and hovering capabilities there. It can be tricky, particularly if you're hovering in a downwind position. Aircraft first flew in 1963, retiring after a very, very good service indeed in 1988. Most of them being replaced by the Lynx and now the Wildcat variants. A distinctive whining Nimbus there, giving you around just a little over 700 horsepower, able to carry 2 torpedoes or 2 anti-ship missiles plus a GPMG, that being the general purpose machine gun. Some of you may recall the first firing in anger from a Royal Navy Wasp was at the Argentinian submarine, the ARA Santa Fe, during the Falklands conflict. The missile hit the submarine, preventing it submerging, and thus the sub was captured, making a significant change and also enabling the first few operations to successfully continue, such as the recapture of South Georgia. The helicopter itself served with many other navies around the world, in New Zealand, South Africa, Netherlands, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brazil. Not retiring from the New Zealand Navy until 1998. Generally flying with a crew of 1 pilot plus 1 air crewman or missile aimer. Air crewman, again with the Army. The Army was fitted with, in its role as the first attack helicopter actually, with the SS-11 missile. That was a wire-guided missile, but it can carry up to 4 passengers. Very, very large cabin at the back, able to carry a stretcher across the line of the helicopter. But the Navy version also fitted with a hook for underslung loads and a winch for search and rescue work as well. But a great general purpose machine for both the Army and the Navy, often referred to in the Navy as the ship's Land Rover, given the amount of utility work it used to undertake. Giving you a bit of a nose down there, a bit too far away for you to give him a wave. I'm not so sure. Well, you can certainly see a crowd of you there. And that is the Wasp. Tim there just signing off for his part of the display. He'll be handing over, I think, to the Wildcats next. Check on that very, very shortly. A purposeful machine, I think you would say. It looks right and fits, but diving in from the center, not the Wildcats, but the indomitable Swordfish. Using all that energy there to add a little bit of extra speed as it comes in the hands of Mark Ameson. This aircraft famous for many operational successes. Top of the list, Taranto in November 1940, when 21 Swordfish effectively stopped the Italian battle fleet taking an aggressive part in World War II. Famous chase after the very fast and dangerous battleship Bismarck ended when a Swordfish put a torpedo through the steering gear and the home fleets were able to sink her with gunfire. Back in February 1942, 6 Swordfish attempted to stop the Prince Eugen, the Scharnhorst and these now from moving up the English Channel from Brest to Wilhelmshaven in what became known as the Channel Dash. Ships were heavily defended by destroyers, E-boats and a huge air armada, and all 6 Swordfish were shot down. But the bravery and fortitude of the crews in pressing home their attacks earned high praise, and their commanding officer, Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond, was posthumously awarded the VC, one of only 2 such awards to Fleet Air Arm aircrew in World War II. Mark there doing his very best to show off the maneuverability, but of course this aircraft, you've got to remember, is a 30s designed aircraft, and very much by the end of the Second World War was already obsolete, sadly. Earned its nickname of the string bag because it was a bit like the shopping bags of the day. It could accommodate practically anything, not just the 1,600-pound torpedo, but a variety of depth charges, bombs, mines, rockets, or flares as well. Despite that engine being relatively cutting-edge technology, back in 1934, it couldn't push it much faster than 90 to 100. But what a outstanding example this is, together with its D-Day stripes as well. Recognizing what many of us, certainly in our business, were involved in earlier in the year, the 80th anniversary events on both sides of the channel. In considerable cover alongside so many other aircraft, that memorable day heavily celebrated, and many of them marching through at the stage at that time of the war. Then Lyon-Solent was probably one of the busiest airfields along the south coast of Britain. They played such a massive part in the protection of the Atlantic and Arctic convoys, enabling a huge amount of war material that was needed to continue the war coming across from North America. Many of the different types of merchant ships were also able to carry the Swordfish as well as those of the escort carriers. The amazing low-speed handling characteristics, which you can see here today in this very, very strong wind. This aircraft able to operate from very small decks and yet still boasted enough fuel to keep airborne for 4 hours, giving constant daylight air cover. Submarines were forced to keep below the surface and able to move at more than 7 knots, remembering many of them ineffective. Swordfish managed a total of sinking 21 submarines during the course of the war while escorting Arctic convoys to North Russia. Fairey made a grand total of over 690 of these before then Blackburn took over the construction, building a further 1,700, those aircraft unsurprisingly being nicknamed the Blackfinch. As with the majority of Navy aircraft, the wings were able to fold to minimize the room taken up in the ship's hangar. The undercarriage was designed to absorb what we'd call a firm arrival. That, of course, is in the heaving, rolling deck of a ship. Then, unsurprisingly, if the timing wasn't quite right as the ship's deck was coming up and you were coming down, you'd get a much firmer arrival than normal. So Mark just giving a heads up there, this is coming in towards the latter end of his display. And you see as his wings waggling, that's a good chance for you boys and girls, mums and dads, do give the pilots a wave. It'll take a little while to go down the beach, I think, into wind here. Really, really outstanding, a very special treat to see this aircraft here at the Wales Airshow. Notably for our celebration of Armed Forces Day as well. Almost hanging in the air there. Pick up a bit of speed now as he turns, puts the aircraft flat onto the wind, now going downward. So that's Mark just signing off there, and I think putting really several commemorations all in one, supporting, as I mentioned, our Armed Forces Day here. We can, the recent events in Normandy and Portsmouth, helping us to also remember those who died during the Normandy campaign, as well as all the other amazing feats that the Swordfish carried out. Well, that leaves us only the one obvious conclusion to this Royal Navy section this afternoon. and that is the solo Wildcat of the Black Cats team. They've been holding patiently in the background, and they will join us very, very shortly. There'll be, you can pick him out now, way out to sea. They've been holding out there for a good while, coming in low and relatively quickly for a helicopter. In the hands today of Lieutenant Scotty Sunderland, their display pilot, also a QHI, leading the aircraft. Popular with the show circuit for many, many years now, the Black Cats. They started out, must be 22, 23 years now as the Lynx pair, and then adopting the name the Cats, which derived from both the Lynx Wildcat of 702 Naval Air Squadron, that's the badge, but also the Navy slang of black catting, which implies they've done something better than somebody else. Black Cat's parent squadron is 825 Naval Air Squadron. What you're looking at is a combat helicopter from a whole new generation of development, packed with cutting-edge sensors and mission equipment, and also the addition of weapon systems as well, with the future anti-service guided weapon system, and the light Martlet, a laser-guided rocket system from Thales, which entered service in 2021, alongside the Sea Venom radar-guided anti-shipping missile produced by MBDA. Alongside Scotty today is Lieutenant Michael Vivian. Scott joined the Royal Navy in 2010 as a direct entry. He was streamed to fly the Wildcats and deployed early on in 2018 to the Middle East as a pilot with 212 flight of 815 Naval Air Squadron. Viv, on the other hand, joined the RN in February 2013 and has been flying the Wildcats since 2017. The number of deployments to the Middle East, supporting maritime security operations, force protection, and also has been deployed on the Queen Elizabeth carrier, deploying with the Martlet missile on his first detachment. Both now pilot instructors on the operational conversion unit training of this latest generation of maritime strike helicopters. Having slowed it down now, their famous pirouetting sequence all the way along the crowd there, just displaying its dexterity, maneuverability, and agility. Parent squadron of the Black Cats responsible for training all Wildcat pilots and observers, as well as looking after the fleets on board Royal Navy frigates and destroyers around the world. Of course, the Navy operating in a very different way, that are deploying in squadrons. They're very much detached around all the vessels, operating far out into the oceans, and a challenging environment, very much so. Often operating in awful weathers, and of course what you've got to bear in mind about being a Navy pilot is where you take off from. It might be your airfield being a chunk of metal going through the ocean, but it's rarely ever in the same position when you want to get back. So it can be a daunting task relocating your parent ship at the same time. A lot of people often will refer to this as the new links, which in many ways it looks like, but it actually isn't. Buster Westland would definitely assert that this has many, many changes indeed. And there are variants, of course, the main difference being between the Army and the Navy variants, the radar system and the seaborne weaponry that the Navy has. The Army version very much concentrating on reconnaissance. And as Scotty just goes into this reverse tradition, putting his nose down to give you all a big wave. Hopefully he'll come along the beach in a moment. Very stable machine, a lot of electronics, of course, and digital equipment helping them to maintain positions. A very rugged, capable and powerful machine in many, many different ways. Winning many awards over the years, the Black Cats have become a very, very popular act all around the country. We hope very much they'll get a second helicopter to join them as well. A reminder, though, that of course all these servicemen and indeed the engineers, more importantly, that support them, all taking time out voluntarily to bring them to seafronts and locations around the UK. I noticed they have a stand here as well, so if you're interested in joining the Royal Navy, but either as a pilot or engineer or perhaps another role, then do go along and chat to the guys in the military village. All willing to tell you lots of stories, no doubt. Enjoy, but in particular, I'd like to you all to note that today happens to be the very last day as the Detachment Senior Maintenance Rating Chief Petty Officer Sean Finn. This Wales Airshow will be his last ever event in uniform after an impressive 27-year naval career. So very well done to you, Sean. He's currently working at the Black Cats trailer in the events village and is joined here today by his, I'm sure, very supportive family. And on behalf of the display team and all of the Wildcat Force, we'd like to wish Sean the very best in the future career outside of the Royal Navy. Very well done to you, and we wish you great success in whatever you choose to do next. I think Scotty now repositioning the links for its final farewell, and an opportunity for you all to give him a great, and Viv, a great wave off after a very talented and efficient display. So it's farewell to you, boys and girls. Do give the team a good wave off, won't you? They're really enjoying it, and they're doing their best. And I'm sure the team, including Sean, and very best of luck to him as well, all ready on the beach to chat you during the course of the afternoon. That completes the Royal Navy section. Coming up very shortly, we're hoping to see Hurricane, and then we're going to have a Sea King before we go into a bit of a tea break.
Ie, croeso cynnes i chi gyd i'r sioe Awyr Cymru yma yn Baer Tawe os ydych chi'n ymuno gyda ni am y tro cynta. A warm welcome if you are just joining us here at the Wales Airshow in Swansea Bay. Cofiwch mae'n y lle gorau i weld y sioe ar draws y bai i gyd ble bynnag chi'n sefyll heddi yma. So the best place to see the display is all across the bay today. Don't worry where you're standing. The air display, of course, is visible right across the full stretch of the bay. Llwyth o amrwniaeth yn yr awyr yn barod. A great selection of planes already, the Starlings, we've seen the Swordfish, the Westland Wasp, and of course that Black Cat display we just saw. Ond hefyd, just i agoffa chi ar rieni sy'n cael ei gwahanu oddi wrth y plant heddi yma, rhowch wybodaeth ar eich bandiau os chydig gael nhw'n barod gyda'r tîm ar FRF. You can pick up those bands for the kids, so don't forget, with our team at FRF Toyota, our sponsor. So if you do lose the children, make sure you've got those bands with your contact information on so we can find them. And a quick top tip, of course, is to take a picture of the kids with you today so we know exactly what they look like. Now, don't forget to get involved on the social. Ie, mae'n y cyfle i ymuno gyda ni ar y cyfryngau cymdaith iasol heddi yma, sef ar y trydar neu Facebook neu Instagram. You can join us on all the socials, Facebook, Instagram, and of course Twitter now, X, and Wales Airshow. So do give us a follow, where you can follow all the action as well and get involved using the hashtag Wales Airshow. Now, across the day, we've been asking you to let us know where you've come from today. So hello to Ian Lott and Sarah from Somerset. Happy 58th birthday to you, Sarah, but do get in touch this afternoon. Nawr, fel chi wedi gweld heddi yma, mae'r amserau hedfan ar y wefan sioe Awyr Cymru ac ar y app. Felly beth am lawr, lwyth o'r app newydd sbon ar raglen digidol ar gyfer y digwyddiadau. As we know, of course, the display times today do change. It is subject to the weather. While it might be sunny and glorious in Swansea, of course, out to sea and other parts of the country where the aircraft are coming from, the weather is different. So things may change across the day. Felly cofiwch, fydd yr app yn llawn y holl wybodaeth am unrhyw newidiadau ar yr amserlen. The times that change will be available on the app, so do search Wales Airshow on Google Play or the App Store for the latest information, both today and if you're coming back tomorrow. So, George, things changing across the afternoon. Sometimes this happens, of course, doesn't it, when you get a variety of aircraft coming from different places? Absolutely right. So what we're waiting for at the moment, Jay, is for a helicopter to come over from Devon. It's been across to another show at Teignmouth this afternoon. It's heading our way. And the reason we're pausing it is because we were hoping to get a hurricane in between these two aircraft, but it's not possible. The hurricane was delayed by bad weather in East Anglia, but you'll hopefully, if you're around tomorrow, you'll see the hurricane tomorrow. So that's what's coming next. Great stuff. So we're waiting on the Sea King. Ni'n aros ychydig o funudau I fynd. Mae'n ar y ffordd ar draws yr oesom. Felly bydd ddim hir I aros, not long to wait. We're just waiting on that Sea King. Hefyd cofiwch, mae Lidl yn falch I gefnogi ffermwyr Cymru ar gymunedau ffermio. Lidl are proud to support the Welsh farmers and our community. They're one of our event sponsors. They're hiring locally as well, so if you'd love to get involved in Team Lidl and join them, they are looking for people to join them. careers.lidl.co.uk is one of our event sponsors. And mae Lidl yn cefnogi ein lleodd arfog hefyd. Lidl supporting our armed forces. Proudly signing the Armed Forces Covenant a little while earlier at 12 o'clock when we held that special event. And supporting the ex-forces personnel. You can find out more, as I mentioned, careers.lidl.co.uk. A ni'n falch I cefnogi. We're proud to have the support from all sorts of sponsors today. We'll be hearing about a few others a little later on. Now, also today, of course, we've got a lot of ground stands. We've seen a lot of things happening in the air, but we've also got lots going on the ground. Felly, llwyth o'r digwyddiadau ar y ddeiar hefyd. A chi gallu darganfod fwy yn yr ardal hwyl i'r teulu newydd gan y ganolfan ddinasedig. So, lots going on over near the Civic Centre as well. Family fun there, so lots of activities, crafts, etc. So, lots not just in the air, but on the ground. So, do have a mingle around and experience lots of those stands. I think there's a Typhoon replica as well, so go and check it out. Well, dyn ni am gweud hello a prynhawn da heddi yma. Afternoon then to Maria Lewis getting in touch on X. Jay, best day of the entire year, apart from Christmas Day, says Maria. Hashtag Wales Airshow. We've travelled down from Prestatyn. Swansea does it better every time. Maria, I think the team here would agree with you. So if you'd like to get involved, don't forget to share those pictures of your family with us at the Wales Airshow. Hashtag Wales Airshow on the socials. Yeah, cysylltwch, get in touch.
Well, the sharp-eyed amongst you will have spotted our next helicopter just over towards the mumbles there on the right-hand side, just dropping down into lower level now to start his display. And this aircraft, also from a historic background, is from historic helicopters. They're based very near to the Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton, but they're actually at Chard, and this aircraft today in the hands of its owner, Andrew Whitehouse. Something that is very, very, or would have been very familiar to many people here. I remember as a child going down to the beach at weekends, and it was an opportunity for the crews who were not busy at the time just to come and give everybody on the beach a great wave, and it's a very nostalgic thing to have. What we're about to see is a Westland Sea King, a WS-61. It's a British license-built version of the American Sikorsky S-61 helicopter of the same name, but built by Westland Helicopters. These aircraft entered Royal Air Force service back in 1978 in the search and rescue role, often referred to as SAR, S-A-R, operating at the time from 6 locations around the UK, each of those locations having 2 of the aircraft. Not to be confused with the Royal Navy's jungly version of the Sea King, and of course the airborne early warning and snipper aircraft of the Royal Navy. These squadrons used to provide 24-hour cover around the UK and also down in the Falkland Islands as well, maintaining a 15-minute readiness. Able to operate in its day to very precise navigational standards with a multi-band homing system, satellite nav systems, its own search radar and a comprehensive avionics suite and a large selection of radios as well. Countless stories and successes this machine carried out. You'll see it put through its variety of paces in the hands of Andrew here this afternoon. Coming back into entering a stable hover to start the display proper for us, and in the hover able to just bring it in a little bit closer as well. But you can see very large, very capable, very robust, and definitely a helicopter built for rugged service, I should say. And in the search and rescue role, of course, being equipped with a hydraulically operated main rescue hoist as well, in addition to an electrically operated emergency rescue provision, providing additional medical equipment such as incubators. We're also fitted with video infrared detection pods, similar to those used by police helicopters. And all the crews back in the day were trained in the use of night vision goggles, which they had to use, of course, not just over the sea, but in many mountain rescue operations around the coastline of the UK as well. The standard SAR crew being made up of 4 members, 2 pilots, one of whom would be, of course, the captain, a radar operator, acts as the winch operator, and also a winchman. He would, of course, be trained to paramedic standards as well and would supply the immediate first aid, recovery and service. And we hope to see a reenactment of that during the course of the display this afternoon. The Westland-built helicopters differed quite considerably from the American versions. We fitted those with Rolls-Royce Gnome engines, British-made anti-submarine warfare system, and a computerized flight control system as well. Primarily designed for performing anti-submarine warfare missions. I referred to Jungley variant earlier on because the Sea King variant was adopted by Westlands as troop transport, known as the Commando. Time in British service, the Sea King provided a wide range of services to both the Navy and the Royal Air Force, with additional wartime roles in the Falklands War, the Gulf War, the Balkans, the Iraq War, and Afghanistan as well. And in its capacity as a Royal Navy Search and Rescue, would have been in red and grey livery, but for the Royal Air Force Search and Rescue Force, of course, as you see it here today, in yellow livery. Adapted latterly by the Royal Navy's requirement for a ship-based airborne early warning platform as well, with a bag, as it was known, on the side, a very significant radar. This particular helicopter you see here today was one of a small number of Sea Kings painted dark sea grey for duty in the post-war Falkland Islands period. Coming back into the centre of the display area now, I'm expecting to see the winchman and winch operator exercising that facility. And I think you just see him now emerging from the side. Looks like we have a little rescue boat going out, just acting as safety there, should there be any inadvertent issue with the winchman on the end of that strop. Of course, this is also essential for an awful lot of pilots going into jet service. They all have to be trained in the art of being rescued at sea as well. I remember going through this myself, being thrown off the back of a fast patrol launch, just bobbing around in the ocean until the big yellow birds came and pulled me out of the ogging. Always a very, very welcome sight. A couple of weeks ago at another seaside location, we had a very entertaining acrobatic demonstration from the winchman, but this one being remaining very solid here today. Underslinging anything really from a helicopter, also a bit of an acquired art. Very, very easy to get a swing going on that. This one remaining completely rock solid. The aircraft also something of a film star as well. Featured in the BBC Sunday evening drama Vigil some year or so ago. And the sister ship is also featured in an Apple TV program called Invasion. So winching complete, able to put him safely back in the cockpit. Picking up the speed. Noticed on this machine a very large six-bladed main rotor, giving that excellent hovering performance. Big searchlights at the front end. If you get your binos or long-range cameras on there, you'll be able to see all this detail. Very large cabin, can carry up to 22 survivors if necessary, or up to a dozen stretcher cases, so a massively capable machine in many incidents. Now, there's one more little trick we're hoping to see here. Having completed the winching, but still using the winch itself, Andrew manoeuvring the helicopter around and slowing it down now, and hoping to see them deploy one additional little item as part of their farewell. So he's around about 200 feet, coming back to about 25, 30 knots. What we're hoping, of course, strong breeze blowing, but that still shouldn't affect them too much. With any luck, keep a close eye on it now. We will hopefully see the Royal Air Force ensign being deployed. We salute not only to, of course, all the crews that flew the Sea King, but on this Wales Armed Forces Day special commemoration as well. A salute to all the veterans that are here today that may well have served with the Royal Air Force. Well, we're obviously having a bit of struggle. I can see some action there, but the winch going back in. and quite possibly we're having trouble deploying the ensign on this occasion. But anyway, meanwhile, just a chance for me just to update you. We will be taking about a 40-minute break once the Sea King has departed, and then recommencing at around about 4 o'clock for another very dynamic afternoon. Some really top activity there. But I think having pulled the winch back in, this looks as though Andrew has decided that they won't be deploying the ensign after all. And I would imagine this now being a quick run up the beach, U-turn and back down again to say goodbye to us all. Well, I think at long last we have deployed the ensign. So as I was saying a few moments ago, a fitting tribute as we conclude the first half of the airshow program today into this very skittish and strongish wind that we've got here on the seafront. You can see all the white horses out there. is capable, of course, of a little more action than this. It can fly up to about 125 knots, can fly certainly up to 10,000 feet. And those gnome turbo shafts producing, if you want to, well in excess of 1,300 horsepower on each side. So massively capable machine this, and you hear in a relatively simple and sedate but poignant role very much of the RAF ensign. And it's actually a delightful sight, isn't it? Bright yellow, very high conspicuity colour, by the way. That and black, generally the two favoured colours for anti-collision awareness between aircraft. And hence a lot of modern aircraft in a very sort of maritime grey-blue colour, or just completely grey, is much harder to detect. Much the same applies to cars, interestingly enough, yellow being one of the highest conspicuity in terms of seeing other cars as well. So, having hoisted the ensign in, saluted all our veterans here today. Andrew now departing the seafront, having concluded that excellent display. And an opportunity for all of you to take a bit of a break. I see barbecues breaking out on the beach. All I urge there is caution that the wind doesn't pick up any sparks and the like, so please be very aware of that. And of course, the wind is going to continue blowing quite a lot all day, so please keep a hold of all your belongings as well. Well, that concludes the first half. We'll be back to restart with another really excellent pairs aerobatic display. The Firebirds, we'll be seeing a single Yak 50, our friend all the way over from Norway, a four-ship Gazelle, the biggest formation team we've got here today. Apart from, of course, our homegrown excellent team Raven, with all 6 RVs in that, and a gentleman that I suspect you all know well, but of course finishing off this afternoon with the Red Arrows.
Ie, braf gweld y Sea King yma yn y sioe yn y hanner gynta yn y sioe awyr Cymru ger bai Abertawe. Great to see the Sea King, of course, in the first half, as we've been hearing, lots more still to come. Ond just nodyn bach gloi, atgoffa chi heddi yma peidiwch fynd tu hwnt i'r llinell y gwylwyr ar y traeth nes bod ar addangosiad olaf wedi orffen. So just a quick reminder, with that tide going further out, please don't go too far out to sea, of course. The more you do that, the further out the display will take place for safety reasons. Peidiwch hefyd, remember as well, don't fly any drones or kites during the show, and if you do see any, please do report those sightings to your nearest steward. A cofiwch hefyd, mae ardal o flaen Caffi Secret. There's an area in front of the Secret Caffi cordoned off. That's for the parachute display team a little later, so please do steer clear of that. Ond helo heddi yma I Rydian Rhys sydd yn gwylio ar-line. Braf gweld na'r man y tîm yma bwysig heddi. Great to see that Rydian's watching online. We have got the team here from AeroView who are casting the show, so lots of people watching online. Rydian gets in touch. Jay, mwynhau gwylio'r sioe awyr ar y fryd. Nice I glywed bach o Cymraeg hefyd. Loving watching the show on the stream and enjoying the Welsh. Hello to you. And Joshua and Sean, who are watching from the US. Hello to you guys online. Ond os ych chi yma heddi yma, beth am anfod neges neu llun ato ni? If you are here today, how about sending us a message or, of course, a picture on the socials? Use the hashtag Wales Airshow. We were doing a thing, myself and George, earlier to see how far you've come. The furthest person who's might have travelled from Manchester, London, Yeovil, I think, came up earlier. So do let us know how far you've come today. Maybe you're down for the weekend. We'd love to hear from you. Hashtag Wales Airshow on the socials. Get in touch.
Yes, absolutely. I think I might be leading the pack at the moment, you know, Jay. I think my trip was 137 miles.
And counting.
Yeah, and counting. So come on, I want a bit of competition with that. I'm sure there are others out there. So use this gap now to top up on your teas and coffees, sandwiches, whatever you want. Make the most of all the outlets up and down the beach. And please engage with all the veterans and the military village and all the other exhibits that are here for your fun as well. Back with more aircraft at 4 o'clock.
Ie, felly prynhawn da a croeso chi gyd I sioe Awyr Cymru yma yn Bai Abertawe. Y digwyddiad am ddim mwyaf yma yng Nghymru wrth gwrs. So warm welcome to the Wales Airshow here in Swansea Bay and welcome to the largest free event in Wales. Great to see so many of you enjoying the sunshine today. Braf gweld chi gyd yn mwynhau y tywydd. Lots still to come as we heard from George earlier. The Norwegian Vampire, the Gazelle, Team Raven and of course lots of you looking forward to no doubt the Red Arrows at the end of the day. Now, it's one of the highlights of Swansea Council's Enjoy Swansea Bay programme. Ie, mae'r sioe Awyr Cymru yn uffgaffbwyntiau raglen digwyddiadau joio Bai Abertawe sydd yn cynnwys yn haf o chwaraeon. So if you'd like to find out more, os ydych chi am gael fwy o bodaeth, joyoabertawe.com yw'r wefan. That's the website you need. Now, as well as, of course, I mentioned earlier, plenty going on in the air. We've got ground stands and stalls. A lot of the cadet forces here as well. So great to see those guys. And the Rock Choir are going to be on stage a little later on. That's near the Patty Pavilion over there. So go and take a listen to those guys. That's around 4:15. Fel ni di sôn am draws y penwythnos, as we've been talking about right across the week, of course, we're encouraging you to share where you've come from today on the socials. Hello to Dean Woods, prynhawn da I ti ar teulu sydd wedi cysylltu. Jay, we're on the beach, nanny and friend, whilst great-gran is watching in Cape Verde. So, yeah, Cape Verde watching us today, but Dean Woods and the family who are enjoying the beach. And Debbie Wiltshire, Jay Fabulous Weather. We're here from Sussex, 217 miles. So we're doing a bit of a tally to see who's come the furthest today. Felly cysylltwch, get in touch, let us know where you're from today. Hashtag Wales Airshow on the socials. Now, os ydych chi ddim yn gwybod, if you didn't yet know, you can get discounts at many different attractions when you take the train with Transport for Wales. Now, of course, they're one of our partners. Yeah, plus ar gael nhw fel partner teithio prynhawn yma. So hello to the team at Transport for Wales. They've got a stand here as well, so go and say hello. Visit the TFW stand over the weekend, or you can check them out online. Felly ewch i'r wefan am fwy o wybodaeth, sef that's tfw.wales/days-out, and be sure to visit that Transport for Wales stand while you're here, because they have got a chance to win up to £150 and lots more. So if you are travelling by train maybe this summer, do go and check out the guys at TFW. Felly, hoffwn ni ddiolch i'r noddwydd a'r cefnogwyr sioe Awyr Cymru eleni sydd wedi helpu i wneud y digwyddiad hwn yn bosib. Diolch yn fawr iawn. We'd like to thank the sponsors and supporters of this year's Wales Airshow, who of course have helped make today's event possible. To name just a few, Greatest Hits Radio, cefnogwyr y Red Arrows, GWR, partner teithio'r sioe Awyr Cymru, the travel partner of course, First Cymru, the Wales Airshow travel partner as well, felly helo i chi, a Travel House, noddwyr pabell fawr y bwrdd hedfan. So hello to the Travel House, the flight deck marquee sponsor, to name just a few. So of course we couldn't do an event like this without you. As we heard earlier, we're going to be starting back around 4 o'clock, so we've still got the Norwegian Vampire, the Gazelle Squadron, Team Raven, and of course I'm sure many of you are looking forward to the Red Arrows to end the day a little later. Ond fel o'n i'n sôn am yn gynharach, dyn ni ar y cyfryngau cymdeithiasol, as I mentioned earlier, we are on the socials, so Facebook, Instagram, formerly Twitter, now X of course. It's all at Wales Airshow. Give us a follow. You can find out all the latest, see some behind the scenes information as well, such as Red 10 and some of that great stuff relating to the Red Arrows. And of course, share your pictures with us as well. Mae am braf gweld eich lluniau chi I gyd, and we have been asking across the afternoon for you to tell us how far you've come. We've had Wiltshire and Sussex, we've had a few people watching online in Cape Verde. Of course, we've got the Aero View team playing out what's going out today online, so we've got Cape Verde, hello to you guys watching, and some guys as well listening and watching in Skewen. So a right mix of where you're from today. Prestatyn, Maria Lewis earlier watching online, felly hello I ti, and whoever's watching us online, a very warm welcome. Lots still to come, but do get in touch, let us know where you are today. If you're down here on the beach, hashtag Wales Airshow on the socials.
You know, I was just thinking, hearing you talk about our listeners in Cape Verde, just how different it must be. I mean, we're looking out on a beautiful beach, but actually that wind is seriously cold and pretty sharp, isn't it? I'm guessing they're down there with a cocktail in their hands on a lovely beach, and it's a balmy 25 to 30 degrees. As we mentioned offline, I actually stopped there once on a little boat on my way across the ocean, and yeah, it's a very, very interesting place. Very cross civilization of activity. Portuguese, I think, discovery, but also right off the coast of Africa.
Yeah.
Anyway, wonderful. So that's our furthest listener watcher so far.
Yeah.
Okay, where we know who has got the driving record of getting here. But it'd be interesting to know whether we pick up any other online visitors from somewhere else in the world. So do let us know.
Yeah, fantastic. And George, of course, your career has taken you all over the world. Where's been the best place that you've flown, when it comes to the destinations? We were talking earlier about Canada. You spent some time flying in Canada. I mean, your background must have taken you quite a few places.
Yeah, well, that was a military job, and that was terrific because, it's such wide open landscape, and the airspace is pretty empty compared to this country, so it's fantastic. But I was flying a little old bush plane there called a Beaver, and I managed to, and that's indigenous to Canada. It was actually designed and built in Canada for the specific purpose of opening up the Northwest Territories. But I managed to get it on floats and skis at the same time, which was just a terrific experience. I mean, really, really romantic stuff. Ski flying or amphibious flying, just absolutely glorious. But actually, I then went on to work for many years later for a company called Britten Norman, delivering their Islander aircraft all around the world, and regularly was going either to Africa or to the Far East, delivering airplanes to one of the first trips I was down to Borneo. And you get into some really interesting scrapes. Well, not scrapes as such, not trouble, but it's just the difficulties of international travel, particularly when you're just trying to get things done. Get through passport control and get your fuel and things like that. They're definitely a lifelong learning experience. Yes, magical stuff.
And for you, it's a career, but obviously today this event is free for people to come down and enjoy. It's a great way, I guess, for people to come and see, the world-renowned Red Arrows on their doorstep. We know, of course, they're not here tomorrow. Today, they're going to be on display a little bit later on. It's a fantastic event, this, isn't it?
Oh, it's just terrific, and it's lovely. I love the seaside shows because they are truly family days out. I mean, you go to a lot of, what can we say, really specific, dedicated air display shows, the likes of Fairford and Shuttleworth and Duxford, right up there as, top 3 destination air shows. But actually, this is just about chilling out with the family and also inspiring youngsters as well. Very keen on that, and that's why it's great to have the cadets and the veterans here. 2 different, different ends of the generational spectrum. The veterans talking about all the experiences they had, but also the youngsters looking up in the sky and saying, "Wow, that looks fantastic. I wonder if I could do it." Well, the answer to that is yes, you can.
Yes.
You just got to be dedicated and focused.
Yeah, and as someone who served with 3 Welsh Wing with the RAF cadets here in South Wales, I can tell you there's a great way to start. You've seen some aircraft today, earlier the Grob Tutor. That's something I got a chance to fly in many years ago. So if you do like what you see and you're thinking to yourself, I'd like in future to fly in the Grob Tutor, then the RAF cadets and some of the cadet services here is a great way to maybe sort of get to know that and get yourself involved in some of the armed forces work before deciding whether it's for you, because you get a chance to fly, do things like the Duke of Edinburgh. So those cadet services are here to give you some advice and answer any questions you've got as well. Now, we did mention, of course, some of the display times do change across the day depending on the weather. So if you are just joining us and you've missed something, you're coming back tomorrow maybe to see it, don't forget, all the display times are available on the Wales Airshow website and on the app. Mae'r amserau hedfan ar gael ar y wefan sioewyr Cymru ac ar y app. Felly, beth am lawr lwyth o'r app i gael y raglen digidol ar gyfer y digwyddiadau heddi a yfory. So today and tomorrow, download the app or check out the website, because sometimes those times for the aircraft and their display times will change depending on the weather. Ie, prynhawn da a croeso cynnes i chi gyd I sioe Awyr Cymru yma yn Bai Abertawe. A warm welcome to each and every one of you. Maybe you've just joined us. You've come down for the Red Arrows here to the Wales Airshow in Swansea. A lot's going on, as well as air displays on the ground. And of course, between now and the next, 10 minutes or so, if you have got time, go and check those out. Na'r ma' 'na cyfle I ddarganfod yr ardal hwyl i'r teulu newydd ger y ganolfan ddinasyddig. Bydd ddigon o weithgareddau I pawb sy'n cynnwys a chance to discover the new family fun area by the Civic. Plenty, including, of course, a chance to see the Band of Prince of Wales, Band Tywysog Cymru, the large combat vehicles, cerbydau ymladd mawr, the information trailers over there. Also today, metal detecting, have a go sessions. We've all heard about the amazing finds that have been made across the country since, of course, the pandemic. People have become these metal detectorists and found hordes of gold coins, so that's going on, a chance to get involved in those sessions. And as you mentioned earlier, the Veterans Village, supported by the Royal British Legion. So not just what's happening in the air, but between those gaps, between today and tomorrow, a chance to go and check out some of those ground displays as well.
Now, while I've got you on the air, Jay, I need to know a little bit more now. Wales has put an awful lot into this, Swansea in particular. Clearly, national identity is really, really important. And this must be a very proud moment for you, because I think this is the first time you've done this show. Is that right?
Yes, my first time, and it's really full circle, because I was involved in some of the air cadets or RAF cadets years ago. So as I mentioned earlier, a chance to fly. I mean, I've flown in the Sea King out of 22 Squadron at Valley and in the Grob Tutor. So to be back here, kind of where my love for aircraft is, fantastic.
It's great. And you're chatting away. This is like normal business. You could have been doing this for years. It's fantastic. But I understand you have a little alter ego online and on air in particular. So where can we hear you another time?
Yes, so I'm a broadcaster by day in Co-op Radio, so the supermarkets across the UK. I do the in-store. So that's where you might have heard me before, across the country. I do supermarket radio. But I've been a broadcaster in South Wales in particular for years. I've done Swansea Bay Radio, Nation Radio, and I've been on air in Swansea for 16 years or so. So, yeah, this is my hometown.
So don't queue up here for autographs, but I'll let you know when he's running down the seafront so you can all catch up with him later on. Fascinating stuff. Oh, what a lovely laid-back afternoon we're having here this afternoon. Day one of the Wales Airshow, of course, in conjunction with the Welsh Armed Forces Day as well. And what a day it's been. There was a big commemoration, a memorial service up here at the western end at the memorial itself this earlier today. And there's still plenty going on as well. So we're coming into the second half very shortly, just a couple of minutes now till the next aircraft arrive. And just a word later on for leaving the area. When you leave the beach, please make sure you've got all your belongings with you, won't you? And that includes the children and grandma and granddad as well. You know, absolutely key. And don't rush around. If you have to dash off, please listen to the stewards. Take the directions from all the police as well. There'll clearly be a bit of congestion getting away today after the red arrows, and we know you'll want to see all of them as well. So just take care, and why not stick around and have a look at all the different exhibits along the main road there, and also go into the veterans and military villages as well, and all the different outlets that are up here on the grass. You may not have explored the full extent. If you come across down into the little wooded area as well, there's plenty more activities here too. But we certainly hope you're having a really good afternoon. And again, we're waiting for lots more feedback from around the world. We have listeners as far as Cape Verde, and certainly some good travellers here with us today as well. Jay, over to you for you've got about a minute or two.
Yeah, fel o'n i'n clywed yna, llwyth o adloniant yma heddi. Lots of entertainment. I can see some Rock Choir t-shirts down on the seafront here. They're performing on the stage at 4:15. So lots of entertainment both on the ground and in the air. Fel o'n i'n clywed, mae llwyth o chi'n gwylio ar-line hefyd. Felly cysylltwch ar y cyfryngau cymdeithiasol. For those watching online, hashtag Wales Airshow on the socials. As we've heard so far, Cape Verde, I think, the furthest away that we've got. But we've got Lamar in the US, Rydian watching to us in Skewin online. Hello, Maria, who's in Prestatyn, loving the air show as well. Felly, mae'n ffordd I gwylio ar-line, sef ar y wefan. There is a chance to watch online if you can't make it down, and that's at Aero View. The guys are here with their cameras streaming the air show today. So we are just, minutes away now from the start of the second half, and lots to look forward to. Starting with the Norwegian Vampire, then the Gazelle Squadron, Team Raven, and of course, lots of you looking forward to the RAF Red Arrows.
Indeed, always an exciting part of the day, and I can see actually the whole quayside beginning to fill up with people now as well, basking in the sunshine down there, which is fantastic, and hope you can hear us down there as well. We'll maybe get a bit of a wave going, I think, later on in the day, just to check that we're all on track before the red arrows actually arrive. But coming up in literally just a minute's time, I'm getting the signals now from the management team upstairs, and of course on the radios, welcoming our first act of the second half of the show this afternoon. It's a really, really sublime display. Absolutely delightful. Please welcome the Firebird. And this normally part of a pairs display, but nonetheless equally elegant and dynamic and very, very graceful indeed. And we'll just talk you through that in just a moment. It's absolutely delightful aircraft here. A single example of one of the RVs, an RV4. The aircraft normally flown as a pairs display, used to display, you may well remember the Fireflies. Well, this is one of those aircraft that were sold on to both Nigel Reed and John Dodd some years ago, and they took the display forward, and a really, really excellent performer in all respects, and Nigel himself, a great hand indeed. This particular class of aircraft, very manoeuvrable. It's a great touring aircraft as well, but it's also fully aerobatic, as you can see, tumbling down in a very controlled spin from high level there. One of the most successful home-built light aircraft in the world by a very, very long way indeed. The RV4 celebrating around about 45 years now in existence and well in excess of 10,000 of these Vans aircraft, now flying with around 10 or 11 different variants. So just so many of them, it goes on and on and on as a success story. You can see just how graceful it is to fly these very elegant, maneuverable aircraft. Lots of roomy cockpits and ideal for either doing aerobatics or just touring off to the coast of France there for a couple of days. This is the sort of thing you can build in your backyard and tailor it to your own flying needs. This particular aircraft was actually imported from America, shipped across here in containers. Nige, a colourful character, been flying for literally decades and decades, so a really top chap to get to know. Brought up in aviation, introduced to it by his father, who was an engineer with flight refueling, learned to fly the family Tiger Moth, and amongst, we were talking about cadets earlier on, well here's a good example of somebody, this chap joined the Pool Air Air Training Squadron, and completed his early flying on an 80-seat gliding course at Old Sarum. He went on to become a staff cadet and got involved in some flying on a Chipmunk with number 2 air experience flight. I would keep current on that very same flight myself when it was based at Abingdon back in the day. He was absolutely passionately committed though, and a nutter, did 3 different paper rounds while he was at school to save up and pay for the fuel and instructor and enough fees to gain his private pilot's license, which he did on a Piper Vagabond, which was lent by a benevolent family friend before he then joined the RAF straight from school. The aircraft itself, equipped with a 160 horsepower 4-cylinder Lycoming engine with fixed pitch propellers. Got 2 seats in a tandem configuration with dual controls for the rear seat as well. You can see very, very versatile. Great speed range, stalling back at around 50 knots, but able to fly up to 200 miles an hour. One of the other great advantages of this aircraft is the ability to take off and land from relatively short runways. Around about 300 miles an hour is all it needs. But in its free range without having to stick with the normal 2-ship formation, very tight flying. Nigel here freewheeling his way through this beautiful afternoon. As a touring aircraft, there's room for a bit of luggage in this, and you can cruise around at 160 miles an hour, but in its aerobatic mode, as you're seeing here today, equally flamboyant and a range of plus G to -3. We're just getting an update on the winds there. Being a slightly better performer, this one not so adversely affected by the wind, but nonetheless you can still see very easily slipping down to our left-hand side. Quite heavily modified for the air display role as you're performing here in front of you, fitted with smoke systems and also wingtip pyrotechnics for twilight displays at night. Also fitted with LED strips on them as well, particularly excellent for dusk flying displays. They're not, however, fitted with inverted fuel systems, and therefore you've got to be able to maintain a positive G loading to ensure that the engine doesn't cut out. Putting it through a number of graceful turns, wing overs and loops. Nigel really showing it off well through the sky. Very sadly, finishing a little bit sharpish on us, of course, because he doesn't have his wingman with him, which is a real shame today, but perhaps we'll get hold of him tomorrow. Nigel now performing his final sequence. Spent many years in the Air Force, flew Hunters, one of the greatest aircraft to display, of course, and a really superb machine, before then going on to the Jaguar. Served with 20 Squadron at Bruggen, and then 54 Squadron at Coldshaw. Flew a fair bit with British Airways on the 75s, and that is him very, very sadly complete, over far too quickly for my liking, and actually we hope very much, fingers crossed, that we'll see them in pairs, which I think you will immensely enjoy if we can get the Nigel here tomorrow as well. Well, I hear the second aircraft already with us, and that is in the hands of a very well-known ex-Chinook display pilot by the name of Paul Farmer. I can hear him excitedly on the radio airwaves right now, because what we've got is something out of Russia. Not Paul, but certainly his aircraft, because this aircraft belongs to the Yakovlev's display team, and it's being a Yak 50, one of the most famous aerobatic display aircraft built by the Yakovlev Design Bureau, first flying back in 1973. Checked in, we're just ensuring that the airspace is clear, that Nigel has cleared the airspace to allow Paul to come in. Paul may well be known to many of you. He's a search and rescue commander flying the Augusta 189 helicopter for Her Majesty's Coast Guard from St. Athan, just along the coast. But a few years before this, he was the Chinook, or he was a Chinook Mark II, 3 and 4 pilot for the Royal Air Force, and completed 7 tours of Afghanistan, providing some of the most challenging and rewarding operational experience one could hope for. And there he is, pulling up with the smoke on, and you hear that wonderful, wonderful roar of that Vedeniev M14P 450 horsepower radial engine. And as Clarkson would say in his program, it's got lots of torque. So this is an aircraft that just keeps you going through the sky, keep the power on, it just keeps pulling you through. It's a marvelous machine, designed specifically to win aerobatic competitions around the world. Capable of pulling up to 9G and has a climb rate of 5,000 feet a minute. These aircraft were the workhorses of the aerobatic teams of the Soviet Union from 1975. Took first place in the majority of male and female competitions at the 1976 World Aerobatic Championships in Kiev in the Ukraine. Paul qualified as an instructor in 2010 and held many training positions, culminating in the training officer role as an A2 QHI on the Chinook operational conversion fleet. And that implies he's a pretty talented pilot and knows his technical stuff as well. And here, holding it there in that stall turn, the aircraft almost static in the sky. Paul displayed the Chinook Mark II during the 2012 and 2013 display seasons before going on to teaching and mentoring and supervising the next display pilots. Sadly, no Chinook display available this year. So he's always had a bit of a passion for flying proper aeroplanes and particularly formation aerobatics, but it's flying these sort of more historic tailwheel aircraft that really appeals not just to him, but certainly to the likes of myself, Flying Cubs, Osters, Stearmans, and now here the powerful Yak 50. Relatively rare, about 100 or so surviving around the world. This particular one built in Romania, but most were flown in the Ukraine. He's not flying for the Coast Guard. He's often joining various management teams, running air displays around the country, giving his hand in, teaching, mentoring and supervising other display pilots, and also joining other air show committees as well. Like so many people in historic aircraft, and myself included in that, an equal passion in historic vehicles as well. But on a day like this, you cannot beat a bit of solo aerobatic flying on a blue, blue sky. This magnificent display area. Very good friends with a chap called Jez Hopkinson, and many of us know as well, who set up the Yakovlev's display team. He'd been flying that for many, many years, and founded the European Yak Club, which attracted many members, setting up his first display team back in 1998. He since decided not to pursue that. But the aircraft's still available, and Paul saw an opportunity here to make good use of an aircraft that was not being too extensive. Lovely demonstration of a barrel roll, and you can just see the way this much chunkier, much larger, more powerful beast carves its way through the target. You can hear that Benyev engine there just sort of evokes power and sustains and momentum and performance right through the operating envelope. Paul himself used to display this as number 2 for the Yakovlev's formation aerobatic team back in 2022. And it's second season now for him displaying as a solo following the retirement of the team as an aerobatic formation team. So if you happen to be hitched out of the water by the Coast Guard, there's a very good chance. I hope you're not, by the way, and I hope you don't get into that sort of dangerous situation. But you could well be rescued by this particular individual, War Farmer, doing a really outstanding job. It's a classic warbird-looking configuration, isn't it? And simple sound, although completely Russian. Very successful design bureau. All of the Russian aircraft, Sukhoi amongst them as well, of course, still producing really outstanding aerobatic. And there you may have heard in the background, Paul having really very gracefully and professionally put us through a few maneuvers and capes in the sky there, just calling for his last pass. So you know what to do, boys and girls, mums and dads. Give Paul a massive wave. He is resident locally and is doing a great job here. Just going to dip in now. He'll be looking at you, giving you a wave from the cockpit. So give him a wave, won't you? That's Paul Farmer in the Yak 50. Super stuff. And a lovely little roll just to tail that off as well. Very nice ends. Delightful display. Looking forward to seeing that again tomorrow already.
Yeah, braf gweld, lots of great stuff to see, of course, here at the Swansea Wales Airshow. Braf gael eich cwmni am sioe awyr Cymru. A few more coming up in just a few minutes. Although I've got to mention to George that we are now listening from Chile, says someone. MJ, listening from Chile. So that's beaten us, I think, in Cape Verde.
I love Chile. I was in Santiago in March this year, and I thought it was just the most delightful country.
Fantastic.
I went from north to south, Valparaiso, and then down to Patagonia. Welcome, sir or madam from Chile. Great to have you on board.
Yeah, so world audience here, of course, at the Wales Airshow. So MJ at Chile, and earlier we had Dean Wood get in touch to say that Granny was watching in Cape Verde. Felly cofiwch, mae yna cyfle i cysylltu ar y cyfryngau cymdeithasol prynhawn yma. Chance, of course, to get in touch on the socials. We are on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly Twitter, and of course you can use the hashtag Wales Airshow to let us know where you're from today on the beach. But of course we are now looking forward to an amazing lineup to continue the afternoon, including the Red Arrows coming up a little bit later. So do send us your messages and let us know where you're from today. Hashtag Wales Airshow. Who are you with? And of course, do share those pictures with us as well.
Well, we're just waiting now for the next aircraft to check in, and that is our guest from the mainland of Europe. In fact, he's come all the way from just outside Oslo in Norway, and I can hear him. He's an absolutely delightful chap called Kenneth Arkvila, and he is the man behind the Norwegian Historical Squadron. What on earth is that, I hear you asking? Well, it was something out of pure passion and interest that he set up in 2007, entering their 18th display team with many thousands of flying hours. Keep your eyes peeled now, because we're going back to the 50s, the first generation of jet fighters to come into Royal Air Force service. And very luckily for us, here we come. And there it is. What a distinctive sight and sound that is. The de Havilland Vampire FB5, an export version of the Mark 6. 101 of these were built, and 36 of them were exported to Norway, and they were in use from 1949 to 1957. As is typical with de Havilland, of course, he made use of an awful lot of wood in his aircraft, and this one, would you believe, the nose cone and just the part coming round into the fuselage, they're all wood, and some unique engineering elements attached to that. Generally speaking, although Ken is the owner and operator of the team, he invites other international pilots to fly with him as well, all experienced former military pilots, demonstrating clearly what these aircraft were capable of doing in yesteryear. Celebrating a new colour scheme this year, representing the Royal Auxiliary Air Force 100th anniversary. And he's temporarily decorated this aircraft in the Royal Auxiliary Air Force Squadron markings for this particular season. Just out of interest, this aircraft was also used in the filming of The Shepherd. You may not have heard of that or seen it yet, but it was filmed at Sculthorpe. And it's a British drama, short film written and directed by Ian Softly, and starring Ben Radcliffe and John Travolta, would you believe? And Travolta serves essentially as the executive producer of the film, he being a great aviation enthusiast as well. Based on Frederick Forsyth's 1975 book of the same title. The film was released in December 2023 on Disney+. There we go, a bit of side opportunity to check that out when you have another moment. This aircraft was licensed built in Switzerland in 1952. Flown with the Swiss Air Force, and went into a French owner's hands for a few years before being sold to a owner in Switzerland, but now operated by Ken out of Riga Air Base. That's just to the south of Oslo. Crew of one, of course, powered by the de Havilland Goblin 3 centrifugal turbojet, and making a significant noise, but actually only producing about 3,500 pounds of thrust. Could fly, however, up to almost 550 miles an hour, with a reasonable range of over 1,200 miles, and able to climb up just above 40,000 feet. Designed and built for war, of course. Fitted with 4 20mm Hispano Mark V cannons, or 8 3-inch 60-pound rockets, or 2 500-pound bombs. But if you're traveling elsewhere, then they would have been replaced by 2 drop-top. Its significance here of these older jets requiring a lot more airspace. What was interesting watching the Typhoon earlier on was just how such a large, heavy and capable aircraft can be displayed in a relatively small box of airspace. This one not capable of having that, and of course also being flown a lot more gently as well, preserving the lifespan of these aircraft, very, very important to all the owners. Alongside this, Ken also owns a T-55 two-seater, a MiG-15, which I think we may have had here in the past, and also a Canadair T-Bird as well. Aims to preserve and operate these historic aircraft, making them work for many, many years to come. And he's just called up to say this is his last pass, and I think we all know what the form is there. He's going a little bit faster than everyone else. Do, when you get a chance, give him a wave as well. All the way from Norway, he tends to come over and park the aircraft here, but then fly backwards and forwards himself by civilian airliners to his home, and just coming across at weekends. What an amazing dedication this guy has to the British Air Display Circuit. Really fantastic commitment. Well, and he's just confirming this is his final pass, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Royal Auxiliary Air Force. He put an awful lot of effort in a few years ago, supporting RAF 100 as well. So really, really tremendous to see Ken back in UK and flying this. Oh, look at a superb pass again. Really terrific. Darting around. Hard to imagine just how old that jet is. Real testament to de Havilland engineering. Well, we're zipping through everything, and we're going to change genre completely now and go back to the rotary world with the largest civilian display team here today. We have, of course, got a larger military display team coming up in a few minutes' time. But I'm just hearing the clearances being given to the next team, and in case you're wondering who they are, that is, of course, the Gazelle Squadron. I've just realised that beating them in terms of numbers, they are the largest rotary formation team, the largest fixed-wing civilian team we've got. So we're building up numbers. We're going from a 4-ship to a 6-ship, and then, of course, to a 9-ship to end the day. So looking out now for 4 rotary machines. The only civilian helicopter display team in the UK at the moment. And presenting a 4-aircraft display which will hopefully take you back to the days of the Royal Navy Sharks and the Army Air Corps Blue Eagle. Designed by Aerospatiale in the south of France in the late 1960s, it's a 5-seat aircraft, a little snug I would say with 5, but it was used in all 3 services for pilot training, battlefield observation, light transport, reconnaissance, and in the case of the British Army, used as an air observation post directing artillery fire onto the enemy. So they've checked in, we're ready to go, we've cleared the airspace. Just waiting for the formation to arrive. Quite a little sports car. I've flown the Gazelle myself many times. A really super little machine, great visibility, great agility, and a reasonable top speed, around about 120 knots. And it was the first helicopter to feature the distinctive ducted fan tail rotor known as the fenestron. And most of you will recognize that as the French for window, fenêtre. So we've got them in sight now, making their way to the display area. So they're just putting their lights on. That will help you a little bit. And if you go way out to sea, they're just about to come over one of the red buoys and turning in very, very shortly. Great little aircraft, as I said. A max cruising speed of around 164 miles an hour and able with assistance and a bit of a dive up to 193. But still holds the record as the fastest single-engine helicopter manufactured to date. And there you see them now in all the different liveries out to sea. Based at Landmead Airfield near Wantage these days, predominantly made up of ex-Army Air Corps, Royal Marine and Royal Navy pilots. And very lucky to have a volunteer ground crew who give up their time throughout the year to assist in bringing these, breaking now into 2 pairs, all made possible by the owners Falcon Aviation. They're aiming today to show you as many aspects of the Gazelle as possible. So you should be able to get some great photographs. Just following that roulette brake formation, carrying out there a pair of line stern wingovers, and manoeuvring back in now for a crossover. Machines all have a reputation for being incredibly powerful and responsive, no real vices to speak of. True pilot's aircraft with many pilots, the sort of E-type Jaguar of the skies. Others would refer to it, however, as the screaming chicken leg. And you can see by that obvious shape in the design. Also a very high-pitched whine. That's caused by the compressor intake system at the front of the engine. Reforming now after that into their classic diamond formation. Once they're in that, they're performing figure of 8 display along the display line. Leading the formation, a blue ex-Empire test pilot school, HT2. See the extended probe there on the nose used to measure aircraft movements very accurately. Originally registered as X-Ray Zulu 939 and was used by the test pilot school between 91 and 2016 whilst at Boscombe Down. Leading the team there, Jim Richards. He joined the Army straight from school at the age of 18. He was actually Royal Artillery initially, the same regiment as his grandfather, father and uncle all served in. Completed the commando course himself after officer training and served with the Royal Marines in 29 Commando Regiment Royal Artillery. Second aircraft is an ex-Royal Air Force HT3 from RAF Shawbury, and also X-27 Squadron as well, originally registered as Zulu Bravo 627. The Chinook Force used the Gazelle for daytime reconnaissance runs on low-level nav routes to be flown later that evening. In other words, recceing the routes that were to be flown, all part of the sort of safety management system. Going into line astern initially as they go through this next corner. And just braking that left turn. At the same time, you'll see them maneuvering now into an echelon left in order to fly down display line in front of you. Third aircraft is an ex-Royal Air Force HE3, delivered as X-Ray Zulu 934. The second aircraft is Andy Wellesley. He's been flying for well over 40 years and was a military pilot initially with the Royal Marines and then the Army Air Corps. He flew the Gazelle and the Lynx, operated in the Falklands, Belize, Bosnia and Cyprus. Flying well over 2,000 hours just on the Gazelle, but now a commercial pilot flying the Global 6000 business jet. In the third Gazelle, we've got Andy Usher, 27 years in the Royal Marines, also served on many operations as well, and now a commercial pilot in the corporate VIP sector. So number 4 has broken out of the formation. Jim now reformating, calling the remaining 3 in that formation into Vic. The fourth aircraft, you'll see very shortly, Kev Matheson as they pass by in their Vic. Kev is also the team manager. He joined the Royal Navy back in 1982 and flew 4 different types in service, including the Gazelle, Sea King, Merlin, and the US Navy Seahawk before leaving in 2008, and was a member of the Sharks display team during the 1990 season. His aircraft, originally a Royal Navy 705 Squadron machine, built in 1975. And it was, interesting enough, Kev, who flew his very first helicopter solo in the same airframe back in June 1983. Reformating now back into another classic formation, the Concorde, providing a few more photographic opportunity. All in the practice, and you hear in the background the team leader, Jim, there, calling the shots. All these aircraft presented in absolutely immaculate condition, and a real pleasure to see them here performing today. course, much of the bouncy wind that the fixed-wing pilots were experiencing, all flattened out by the flexible blades of the Gazelle, coming in downwind, picking up a bit of extra speed as well. Here they are in Concorde formation. Just drop into the cockpit to get the final maneuvers. And very often line astern is used as a pre-positioning maneuver. You'll go through line astern before then going into another formation. But in this case, it will be braking to pairs tactical turns for their final maneuver. So let's see how this one works. All the maneuvers, of course, hours and hours of preparation and rehearsal. As with the Red Arrows and any other formation team, all the cadence on the call is absolutely the precise direction in order to make it work. So here's a good opportunity for another photographic clip. Coming in now in line astern. Let's go back in the cockpit. So 2 pairs of tactical turns. This will help them then. That will help them reform for their finale, which is the roulette break. You can just see how maneuverable and the turns there coming in very, very tight indeed. It's an absolutely superb machine, the Gazelle. A real favourite to all who flew it. And very sadly, the Army Air Corps dispatched all of its Gazelles at the end of last season. No longer operates them, but the French are, and they're bringing a pair of their Gazelles over to Middle Wallop next weekend for a little event we're having there. So Jim just calling the team back into roulette. And, just repositioning to do that over the sea. And your final photographic opportunity. Really great to see these here today. They've been doing an awful lot of additional charity work as well, supporting British veteran and other disabled charitable work as well. A terrific bunch of people. Final maneuver then for the Gazelle display. Here we go. And here's the break. So I think a bit of a wave there to those who were close by, and much applause. I'll pass that on. I know many of these chaps indeed worked with them for a number of decades, and doing a really, really professional, very accomplished display indeed. And well done, the Gazelle display squadron. Well, just 2 more to go, but they are certainly top of the list. Of course, our very own homegrown Team Raven, and then the finale coming up after them, the Red Arrows.
And what an afternoon it's been. Yes, been an absolute amazing day weather-wise here, of course, over Swansea Bay for this amazing event. Felly croeso, a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the Wales Airshow. The last couple of displays then to come. We've enjoyed plenty across the afternoon, from the Typhoon earlier today, right through to the Tutor display, the Sea King helicopter, of course, and lots more. But we've got, just as we mentioned, Team Raven and the Red Arrows to go. And if you are coming back tomorrow, don't forget this is a good chance to download the app. As you've noticed across the day, things will change. Mae'r amser yn newid, bunny ar y tawyd yma heddiw yma. The weather, of course, does change across the day, but not just here over Swansea Bay, where many of these aircraft are taking off from across the country. So that weather may change the timetable that you've seen. And the best place, of course, to get the latest information is either online or on the app. Mae'r amserau hedfan ar gael ar y wefan Sioe Awyr Cymru ac ar yr app. Felly beth am lawr lwyth yr app i gael y raglen digidol ar gyfer y digwyddiad heddiw yma a fori. So those display times are available on the Wales Airshow website and on the app. So download the app for your digital programme for the event weekend. And of course, do come back and join us tomorrow when there's still plenty to come in maybe a slightly different order if you've missed some of that earlier today. As myself and George were mentioning earlier, you can get in touch with us on social. We've had people from Chile, Cape Verde watching online, Aero Viewer here, of course, putting this up online so you can watch it. Available online, and lots of people across the world are tuned in for this display. So if you want to share your family pictures, tell us where you've come from today, Wales Airshow is the hashtag on the socials. Ie, cysylltwch ar y cyfryngau cymdaith iasol cyn i ni bennu prynhaw yma gan defnyddio'r hashnod. That hashtag again is Wales Airshow. So do join us on Facebook, Instagram, of course Twitter, now X, with those mentions, and let's see if we can beat Chile as one of the furthest away. But if you've come from, I don't know, Prestatyn, maybe Merthyr, wherever it may be, we'd love to hear from you today. Felly cysylltwch, get in touch.
Oh, what a fantastic afternoon. It's all going far too quickly for my liking. There's just superb flying going on here. I think we've just got a little bit of a teeny-weeny gap coming up, but so a good opportunity just to make sure you have got everything with you. And planning out also the rest of your afternoon. Really key, lots to do around the bazaars. I think we've got a bit of music going on a bit later as well, Jay, is that correct?
We have plenty of stage entertainment. Ie, llwyth o adloniant ar y llwyfan, o'n i'n gweud yn gynharach. I mentioned earlier the Rock Choir. If you missed them at 4:15 because of the air display, don't worry, they're on again a little bit later at 6:15. So even though the air display might be over, there is still plenty going on down here because it's been a glorious day in Swansea. And if you'd like to find out more, ie, ar holl wybodaeth i ddarganfod yr ardal hwyl i'r teulu newydd gan ganolfan ddineseddig. So all that information is available, of course. Discover the new family fun area at the Civic, and all of those ground displays will continue after the air show has finished.
Well, it's time to get your eyes in the sky. Come on, boys and girls. Tell me if you can see them or not. Look up high on your right-hand side. The smoke coming on now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you have very much your local team. Team Raven, really outstanding team indeed, led again by Sid Shirley, coming in for their classic Delta Loop. Very much starting as something of a hybrid, with all the members flying different aircraft and, of course, different teams as well throughout the course of the last decade or so. Flip-flopped between a 6 and a 5 ship, but now I'm glad to say a 6 ship once again, one of the most accomplished and one of the most popular teams on the air display circuit, not just in the United Kingdom, but across the entirety of Europe as well. This is one of the busiest teams that we have on the circuit at the moment, and doing the most outstanding job, consistently producing outstanding displays. Passing by this time now for the Delta underside pass. Leading from the front end, Simon Sid Shirley, former Royal Air Force fast jet pilots, well over 5,500 hours on multiple tours on the Tornado F3, but now working hard on the Grob Tutor with the University Air Squadron and elementary flying training roles as well, but previously a QFI on the Hawk as well. Repositioning the aircraft now. Gracefully done. Last 4 and 5 continue out to depth now. 1, 2, 3, and 6 coming in box for a barrel roll, and this really tricky maneuver. All the guys on the outside working really hard there, and glued to Sid's aircraft up at the front end. Keep your eyes now, though, peeled on 4 and 5 as they enter on what we call the B-axis, the line straight out in front of you. Their line astern barrel roll. There it goes, very graceful indeed. Looking absolutely magnificent with the sun on the aircraft. Pulling up this time into a quarter clover where they just put in a little turn there, just 90 degrees, that is all. Flying number 2 to Sid is Pete Wells, extremely well-known character on the air display circuits, having amassed over 6,000 hours, pretty much all of it on tail draggers as well. Soloed on his 16th birthday in a glider, retains a key interest in that. Didn't get through in the Royal Air Force flying side, but owns and directs his own company, Zulu Glass Tech, a composite aircraft maintenance sales company, and just a hugely popular character, becoming very well known through his building and flying of the Silence Twister. Your eyes peeled now, left and right. 4 and 5 now successfully rejoining. Waiting now. Let's drop in on the lead cockpit. Great photographic opportunity coming up now. Wait for the vertical splits. Stand by. And I think you'll agree that's an absolutely delightful manoeuvre, looking absolutely beautiful as well on today's weather and outlook across the sea there. Flying number 4 today, we've got Russ Eatwell. He's got a career spanning in aviation pretty much 40 years or so, over 15,000 hours on 70 different types of aircraft and helicopters. Took a break from this, but couldn't resist getting back into the display world. He started initially with the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm, straight from school, flying Sea King helicopters in the anti-submarine and rescue roles, and flying fast jets as well. You hear there a distinctive voice in the background. That's number 4, Gerald Williams. Needs no introduction in these waters, being a well-known rugby player, of course, but also a passionate aviator as well. Absolutely driving this team alongside Sid to achieve greater and better things. Keep your eyes peeled on the formation, pulling up. Classic formation we call box. Out of the loop. Exiting on what we call the 45. Most of the displays, all the lines left and right and out in front of you, but also the corners as well. 4 and 5 coming in now, though, for the battle loop. Flying number 5 alongside Gerald's Mark Southern, by trade an airline pilot with huge experience over the last 30 years on Boeing and Airbus, but also an ex-Royal Air Force fast jet pilot, having flown the Tornado GR1 and the Jet Provost in the instructional role. Keep your eyes peeled now for the next break.
Break, go.
Fantastic stuff, absolutely superb, dashing in there, hundreds of miles an hour, really superb. Following that break, keep your eyes peeled on 4 and 5. And they'll be heading up for their tail chase and a double loop. Essential here, of course, to not just maintain the same amount of G, so that you maintain the same profile throughout the sky, but also as you get to the top of the loop, you check back behind you, look over your head to ensure you're vertical and in the right position. Absolutely delightful shapes in the sky. Looking out to sea now, get your eyes focused on the main formation as they pull up for their Vic barrel roll. Hear the dulcet tones of Sid Shirley, just gracefully and quietly with the cadence there, getting the team to perform exactly at the right moment. Positioning now for the echelon fall. Keep your eyes peeled now for a special dedication led by Gerald, the Raven Heart in production right now, dedicated to Susan Francis Davies from all the team, alongside her husband Rob, for Suzanne's birthday here today. Her husband is the guy apparently in the council that is head of tourism and events, and he's pioneered and driven this air show, starting and continuing in Swansea. Many, many thanks from Gerald to you, Rob, and Suzanne, from Gerald and the rest of the team. 1, 2, and 3 entering now for the crocodile loops. Whilst the team are repositioning, just a quick note for Raven 3, which is Barry Gwinnett, also an experienced GA pilot, having had his license for many, many decades, flown in various other teams as well, but retired from the building services industry and living in Swansea. Keep your eyes peeled on the main team now as they come through, and this is a great challenge for 5 and 6 here to rejoin the team in time for the next maneuver. It can be very, very tight, but chasing it down, using that height to get a bit of extra speed to bring them into formation. At that time, you can hear Sid chatting away in the background there, ensuring that the team are coming back in order for the next maneuver, which I think is one of the most delightful maneuvers of any formation team. They really always exceed their own performances, and they're bumping around in the breeze. Listen in now for the Twizzles. And I think you will agree that that is an absolutely delightful maneuver. Well, it's not all over till it's over. And coming up now, the team under guidance once again from the soft but positive direction of Sid Shirley at the front end, repositioning back into Delta. Final photographic opportunity coming up very shortly.
Tipping right, steep now.
You'll see it's all on the final intonation of the last vowel of the final word. Great display. Stand by for the downward bombers. Pull up very shortly, first of all, put in a little turn. Here's the turn for what we call a quarter clover. Stand by for the finale.
And brake, go.
And there, tremendous display once again. A job very, very well done. Yes, I can hear the applause, and I will pass that on to all the team as well as they head back to their home base of Swansea Airport. Your tremendous and excellent Team Raven. Very well done, boys. Well, what a terrific day we've had here this afternoon. Quite superb. Now, we have to reset the airspace, reset all the other parameters, because there's a guy in a red suit stood in front of me here, and he is ensuring that everything is set for the finale of day one of this Wales Airshow here today, celebrating Armed Forces Day as well. Of course, we're all waiting for the red arrows.
Ie, diolch i'r Team Raven ar y ffordd nôl I maes awyr Abertawe on the way back to Swansea Airport. A big thanks to Team Raven. Siwr gymaint o amrywiaeth yma yn Abertawe flwyddyn yma am y sioe awyr Cymru. So much and lots to come, of course, tomorrow, but a great variety of different air displays here today and over the weekend. So loads to see already. Plenty more for you coming back tomorrow. We'll be mentioning, of course, lots of you getting in touch on social. Diolch I chi gyd sydd wedi cysylltu ar y cyfryngau cymdeithasol yn barod. Stuart, listening in North Shropshire and watching online. Hello to you. And Eugenia. Hi, Jay. Dyn ni'n gwylio yn Patagonia heddi yma. So they're watching in Patagonia. Hello to Eugenia and the guys. But yeah, as George mentioned, we're just gearing up for the Red Arrows, one of our big displays of the afternoon. So if you are staying with us, of course, just after this, do keep your belongings safe and take everything with you. And a reminder, if you're coming back tomorrow, if any of those changes happen across the day, you can download the app, of course, or look online for all the latest changes. Felly, beth am lawr lwyth o'r app. If you want to do that, of course, you can do it on the App Store or Google Play. But we are now just minutes away from the end of today's display with the Red Arrows.
Yes, now might be a little bit of a scrum at the end of this, so I can see how many of you are on the beach. So please, careful at the end of the red arrows display. Make sure you've got all the children with you, all your belongings as well, just so that we don't leave any untoward security issues. But we're just resetting the scene now, making sure all the safety parameters are in place, and we'll get the red arrows across to you as soon as we can. Well, we're certainly blessed with a blue sky this afternoon, and what a day it's been. Started off a little bit chilly, now it's perhaps not much warmer, but certainly brighter. Absolutely fantastic. We came up to the finale. It's been a massively successful day, and we are grateful, thanks to Swansea Council for putting this on behalf of all of Wales, making it a really fabulous celebration of aviation and also community and family activity mixed with the Armed Forces Memorial as well. Very fitting in this 80th anniversary of D-Day as well. So many activities have taken place in the last 3 or 4 weeks. We're just reminded about tomorrow. We've been talking about a little space that's reserved in front of the cafe for the parachutists. Well, we're going to, with any luck, have the Red Devils with us opening the show tomorrow afternoon. That'll be about 1:30. And then pretty much the whole range of aircraft we've seen today, they're all now parked up in various locations very close to us. You may well have heard that we've been sending aircraft across the channel there in front of you, supporting another little show down on the south coast of Devon. But a full programme without many stops at all from 1:30 right through until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So it's great that we're closing off today with the Reds. They sadly won't be with us tomorrow. They've got a big national event that they must attend to. But of course, this also well-timed display in July as they're going off on a bit of a tour towards the end of July as well. So great opportunity for us to enjoy them. I think we're just getting the final safety checks done. Of course, Red Tan will explain all the different roles that he has, not just as a commentator, but of course also managing many elements, and is the focal point on the ground for the entire display team. I think we're set fair for a full display as well today.
Yeah, so os ydych chi heb wedi weld rhywbeth prynhawn yma, if you haven't seen something today, it may well be a case of coming back tomorrow, and the order will be a little bit different. So again, the Sea King, the Yak 50 and Team Raven, the Typhoon are going to be on at the end of the day tomorrow. So of course it was on a little earlier this afternoon, so maybe you've come down later today after work to join us for the Red Arrows. Felly, fory bydd popeth yn newid, all the different times tomorrow, so don't forget to download the app for the latest changes. It does manoeuvre across the day. Mae'r amserau hedfan ar gael ar wefan Sioe Awyr Cymru ac ar yr app. Cofiwch fydd yr app yn llawn holl wybodaeth am unrhyw newidiadau. Any changes on the Wales Airshow website or on the app. So make sure you get that from Google Play or the App Store for your latest changes tomorrow, when of course we have a varied display once again.
Now, timing is absolutely accurate, and we reckon we're on time. We've just had the nod from down on the ground here. So, boys and girls, mums and dads, I hope you're ready for the Red Arrows, because it is now my great pleasure on behalf of the Wales Airshow to introduce to you Red 10.
Good afternoon, Swansea. I am Squadron Leader Grey Muscat. I am Team Supervisor Red 10 with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows. It's great to be back here in Swansea. We've definitely brought the weather with us. We've had a bit of a rubbish start to the week where the weather in Kent wasn't particularly great for one of our displays. But we displayed earlier today at Teignmouth, and here we are today at Swansea. I have the honour of talking to you today about the display. I'll give you some more information about the team themselves, about the pilots, about the manoeuvres, but most importantly, I will get your eyes into the correct piece of sky so you do not miss a single second of the action. If I go quiet, I'm just waiting to hear from Red 1 on the radio. I'll check in with him, I'll give him some weather information and get himself ready for the display. As I said, it's great to be back here in Swansea. Not only to be back in Swansea, but back for 2024 as the 9 ship. Anyone that saw us display in 2023 and 2022, we were an 8 ship and a 7 ship, respectively, in those years. But today, we are back this year for the 2024 season as our 9 ship. And we'll bring you a fast, dynamic and very colourful show, which I hope you'll really, really enjoy in our 60th year, because 2024 celebrates 60 years of the Red Arrows, and we are celebrating our own Diamond Jubilee this year. And to celebrate that, we are inspiring the future through new and challenging aircraft aerobatic displays, colourful fly pass and engaging ground events. I've just checked in with Red 1. All 9 aircraft are airborne out of Cardiff. And when we arrive, we will be, of course, be in our famous Diamond 9 formation with our red, white and blue. So please put your hands together for the 2024 Royal Air Force Aerobacter team. It's the Red Arrow! As said, arriving in our trademark Diamond 9 formation with that red, white and blue trailing out the back. And straight away, Red 1 starts to pull him up, which indicates to me he's doing the full show. We have 3 shows, a full, a rolling and a flat. And that purely depends on the cloud base or the airspace. We can see the cloud is not an issue today, and we have no airspace restrictions, as 8 and 9 move left and right to change the shape into 9 Arrow, reaching a height of over 5,500 to 6,000 feet on the top of that loop. Red 1 brings the team around to the left, and this year for 2024 we have a new team leader. He's been in the team for 5 years previously, and that's squad leader John Bond, known as Bondy. As I said, he was in the team for 5 years previously. He's been Red 2, 7, 6 twice before coming back in 2022 as Red 4. He's a former Typhoon pilot, a former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano, where he was the display pilot in 2012. In from the left, in Big Vixen, the smoke comes on. There are actually 11 pilots in the Red Arrows. There are Reds 1 through 9 who you see displaying with you in front of you today over the sea. There's myself, Red 10, and the team supervisor. I'm a former Tornado GR4 pilot, also former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. And we have Red 11, that's Officer Commanding Rafat, that's Wing Commander Adam Collins, my predecessor as Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he also flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. You now see Reds 8 and 9 make themselves rearwards, and in the beginning of June of this year, the nation celebrated and commemorated the 80th anniversary of Operation Overlord, which of course was the storming of the Normandy beaches by Allied forces. And in tribute to all those who took part and those that paid the ultimate sacrifice, this is the Spitfire roll. On the right of Red 1 is Red 2, squad leader Chris McCann. Chris is in his first year on the team, and out of training he was taken straight into an instructor role on the Tucano at RAF Linton in Yorkshire. After that he rejoined the mainstream. He went back to fly the Tornado GR4 with the world famous 617 Dam Buster Squadron. Chris actually received an Air Force Cross for his service while on operations during operations over Afghanistan. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Former Typhoon pilot with 11 Squadron, 29 Squadron and 41 Squadron, all based at Coningsby. The smoke comes on from Reds 4 and 5 in either side of the centre section make themselves rearward. And in November last year we celebrated and commemorated the 20th anniversary of the final flight of one of the most famous aircraft in history. As the team roll out, there is no mistaking the wonderful, majestic shape of the iconic Concorde. Once again, Red 1 pulls the team up at over 450 miles an hour, showing the expertise of the pilots maintaining that shape whilst doing a loop. And not only that, they'll make it even more difficult now as Reds 8 and 9 move left and right to change the shape into Cygnet, with the aircraft now slowing to approximately 120 miles per hour over the top, making the controls less responsive. The pilots working extremely hard to maintain that formation position. Conversely, now the aircraft are accelerating through 200, 300, back to 400 miles per hour in that Cygnet formation before Red 1 brings them around to the left. As Red 1 continues to bring them around to the left, you'll now see the wings of the Cygnet start to flex forward as all the outriggers on the formation make themselves forward to form a line abreast from left to right. All the pilots looking down their left and right-hand shoulders all the way at Red 1. Red 6 and 7 split at the rear. Get your cameras ready for the colourful Phoenix. In the middle of that upper wing is Red 4, Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. He is in his second year on the team. He was Red 4 last year. He remained as Red 4 and took up the role affectionately known as Uncle Enid. This means he is the mentor and works alongside Red 1 during the winter season to ensure that our new pilots each year reach the standards required to be a Red Arrow pilot. Ollie is also a former Tornado GR4 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. We now see Reds 8 and 9 move themselves rearwards as they form two distinct rows. Red 1 continues to bring them round to the right. The smoke will come on for the chevron roll. On that front row, all the way over to the left-hand side, is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. George, again, is in his first year on the team. A former Typhoon pilot with 11 Squadron RAF Coningsby. Then he has taken part in operations over Syria and Iraq, as well as the Eastern European Air Policing Patrol in the face of the aggressive Russia. But of course, the pilots are not only, the Red Arrows is not only about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel. Over 120 of them are the engineers, the mechanics, the logisticians, the public relations, the administrators, and they are known as the Blues. So called due to the colour of their flying coveralls. And one individual who is with me today is one of our engineering officers. That is Flight Lieutenant Jack de Schoolmeister. And Jack is actually a local boy from Swansea. And he's been the engineering officer on the Red Arrows for the last 2 years. He's got about another 6 months to go before he leaves. We're dragging his heels. He doesn't want to leave the team, not surprisingly, but he's an absolute vital asset to make sure that all the Red Arrows are up and running on every display. Coming in from the left, the smoke comes on for one of the most popular maneuvers. It's the Tornado. The aboard call is made by Red 9 as Reds 8 and 9 roll around the smoke of the rest of the formation. And watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings the team down the line.
A little bit left. Now. Hold it. Roll it.
You may be able to see in the front section of aircraft their air brakes are out. That's the small door at the base of the aircraft on the belly. This has twofold effect. The pilots firstly have to fly with a higher throttle setting, and thereby it produces a hotter engine gas temperature, and that makes the smoke burn a lot more brightly. In addition to that, it makes the airflow outside the back of the airplane a lot more disturbed, and it makes the smoke billow and fulfill a lot more fuller, and therefore in certain maneuvers in the show we'll use with the air brakes to enhance those maneuvers. As I said, we have 120 personnel who are the Blues, and inside those Blues there are 11 individuals who get to fly in the back of our aircraft in between displays when we cannot take the full engineering complement. Dr. Schoolmeister is Circus 1, the leader of the circus, and one of them also is Circus 10. That is AS1 Ewan Lewis, and he is also a local boy from Llanelli. And he is with me today filming the display for safety and debriefing purposes. And he flies with me, taking airborne shots and video of the team. Coming in from the right for the final time in our Diamond 9, it's the 2024 Red Arrows. As we go into the second half, get your cameras ready for a manoeuvre not seen since 2003. It's the 5-4 split. As we go into the second half, you'll see the more heart-paced, heart-pumping, jaw-dropping manoeuvres. And you'll see Enid now off to the right-hand side, named Enid after the famous 5 from the children's books. And 6, 7, and 8 to the left-hand side, now known as Hannah. Named after squadron leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, the only leader to lead the team for 4 years. He took the team from a 7-ship to a 9-ship, and he also formed our trademark Diamond 9. Enid from the right, Hannah from the left. 4, the 5, 4, cross. Keep your eye on Enid to the left-hand side. The Red Arrows were formed in 1964 with our first display in 1965. And we were actually formed from 3 different display teams. The Red Pelicans, the Black Arrows, and the Yellow Jacks. We took the red from the Red Pelicans, the arrows from the Black Arrows to form our name, and of course we took the aircraft from the Yellow Jacks. And in tribute to that aircraft, coming in from the right, the smoke will come on, Enid in Nat. The Red Arrows flew the Nat right the way up until 1980 when we took control of the Hawk T-Mark 1, which is the aircraft that we still fly today. The Hawk itself is actually 50 years old this year, and all the pilots that have flown the Hawk attribute to her to a very small sports car, extremely agile, extremely fun to fly. Look directly to your front, you'll see 8 and 9 red and blue as they roll around 6 and 7 for the Hannah break. Red 7 and 8 to the left-hand side. Reds 9 and 6 to your right-hand side. The second section, the Hannah, and the synchro section is led by the synchro leader. That's Red 6 pulling up to your right-hand side. That's Flight Lieutenant Stuart Roberts. Stuart's in his 3rd and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot with 11 and 12 squadron based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Each pair of aircraft will now dive down to only 100 feet above the sea. They'll have a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour, looking to pass each other within only 30 meters. That's 100 feet from wingtip to wingtip. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah pass. Reds 8 and 9 pulling vertically off from Red 6 and 7 staying flat. Red 6 to the left, Red 7 to the right. Red 7 is squadron leader Tom Hansford, 2nd year on the team. He was Red 3 last year. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, where he would teach weapons and technical information to the entire Typhoon force. As 6 and 7 now turn towards each other to complete the maneuver called Cyclone. As the synchro pair lead directly to your front, look to your left-hand side, coming in at over 450 miles per hour is Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Former Tornado GR4 pilot, Typhoon pilot, and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk. He lines up with Enid for the Goose.
Little bit right. Now.
As Red 9 climbs up, he goes from blue to white to red as he completes the Goose, with Enid going off to the left-hand side, smoking our famous red, white and blue. As Enid go to the left-hand side, look directly to your front once again. Red 6 and 7 running in. You might just be able to see their nose lights in the distance. Red 6 starts to pull up, followed by Red 7. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. The smoke comes on for the world famous Synchro Heart. And coming in from the top right-hand side, you may be able to see Red 8 as he comes down and spears the heart. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Second year on the team, former Harrier pilot, former Typhoon pilot. Yeah, let's give 6, 7, and 8 a massive round of applause for a wonderful heart in the skies of Swansea. And of course, AS1 Lewis and Flight Lieutenant Jack de Schoolmeister would like to dedicate today's heart to their friends and family who are here at the show. However, keep your eyes on 6 and 7. Once again, they'll dive down for a pass. Over 450 miles per hour each aircraft. They'll look to pass each other within only 30 metres. They'll go unsighted at the last second for the opposition barrel rolls. As the synchro pair complete their manoeuvre, look to your distance in the far left-hand side over the steelworks, and you can see the Enid running in with 8 and 9.
Go. And pulling up.
Once again, Red 1 pulls them up at over 450 miles per hour. He'll roll to the right. Once again, get your cameras ready for the Vixen vertical break.
Holding back. One. Red. Right. Right. Got it.
As the Vixen break depart to our front, keep looking to your left, keep looking to your right once again for the synchro pair. Red 6 this time coming in from the left, Red 7 coming in from the right. Each aircraft once again only 100 feet above the sea, a clone speed of over 800 miles per hour. They'll pass wingtip to wingtip by only 100 feet before commencing an aileron roll. Pull go is the call from Red 6 as each aircraft now pull hard up into the vertical, pulling 5 to 6G, which means everything about them is weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the beach. They'll reach a height of over 3,000 feet. They'll be inverted 60 degrees on the way down before rolling the correct way up as they complete the maneuver we like to call the boomerang. As the synchro pair leave directly to our rear, look to your front right 45 just over the headland, and Enid will be running back in line abreast formation. The white smoke is now trailing. The colour comes on as Red 1 flies Enid in a barrel roll manoeuvre, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky for the first part of the manoeuvre we now call the Serpent. And of course, you can see our famous red, white and blue, which we are proud to fly all around the world, proud to take the Union flag all the way around the world. And this year, we'll be going to Canada mid-August to help celebrate the Royal Canadian Air Force 100th. And that red, white and blue is only capable due to the smoke pod, which is on the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke, and 1 minute of white smoke, with each of the colours having their own button on the pilot's control column. And through winter training, we ensure that our smoke plan is carefully choreographed so we have the right colour of smoke at the right time in the display and we do not run out. You now see Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 moved up alongside Red 1, looking 90 degrees left and right along their shoulders for quite a hard formation to maintain in from the right. Finishing off the Serpent, the smoke comes on for the Tango Present. The motto of the Red Arrows is Eclat, which means excellence, and that means every single member of the team, from the officer commanding right the way down to the newest member of the team, is striving for excellence in everything that we do. And we also strive to leave the team in a better place than where we found it. Coming in from the left, you have Hannah formation once again, led by Red 6, as he brings them around to the left-hand side. As Hannah depart to the right-hand side, keep looking to your left-hand side. You'll be looking for Enid formation. Once again, they'll be in line abreast. You should be able to see their nose light twinkling in the distance coming in from the left-hand side. The white smoke comes on. 2 and 3 roll goes, Reds. 2 and 3 roll around the outside of the rest of the formation. Clear goes, Reds. 4 and 5 roll around the outside in one of the hardest maneuvers for our new pilots each year to master. This is rollbacks. As Enid leaves to the right, look directly to your front. You'll see Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9 lining up. And as I said, 2024 celebrates the 60th anniversary of the Red Arrows. It's our own Diamond Jubilee. And we're very thankful that the Red Arrows has been going since 1964, with our first display in 1965. To celebrate our 60th anniversary, keep an eye on Reds 8 and 9. Reds 8 smoking blue, Red 9 smoking red, as they sort of draw something for those at Show Centre. A wonderful 60 in the sky to celebrate our 60th anniversary. Keep your eye on Red 7 as they pull up for their final manoeuvre. Each aircraft will now pull up to approximately 1,000 feet before turning hard back towards the display line. For their final manoeuvre again, they'll be down at 100 feet, a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour, as they perform their final manoeuvre of the show. It's the colourful, dynamic, it's the synchro double rolls. As the synchro pair leave to our rear, look directly to your front and you'll see Enid joined by 8 and 9 with their smoke on, and get your cameras ready for the Vixen break. However, Swansea, it's been an honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2024 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 will put his smoke on now. He'll gather the rest of the formation, take them back to Cardiff Airport, where we'll stay this evening, before moving over to RAF Brize Norton tomorrow to display and do the fly past at the British Formula 1 Grand Prix at Silverstone. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, of course, we are on the internet. We all have our own Facebook page, RAF Red Arrows. We're all on Instagram, RAF Red Arrows, with all the pilots having their own account. Find me, RAF Red 10, and you'll find the rest of the team. Post your videos, post your pictures, hashtag Red Arrows, we'll pick them up and we'll share them across the internet. As I said, on behalf of the wider Royal Air Force and the Red Arrows, I hope you had a wonderful day. Please take care driving home. Take your time, sit out on the beach, let the traffic calm down, but I hope to see you all again in the future. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, thank you. Put your hands together, please, for Squadron Leader Graham Muscat. Red 10, what a fantastic display that was.
Ie, dyn ni'n ddiolchgar iawn. We are so pleased to have Red 10 with us, and of course the Red Arrows to end the show today. Sioe awyr bai Abertawe, yn bwysig iawn bod chi'n dod nôl at ni fori. Important, of course, if you're joining us tomorrow, you can get a full lineup of what's happening, of course, on the socials. Don't forget, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, formerly X, or X, formerly Twitter, Wales Airshow is where you'll find us, and you can still get in touch today. If you've enjoyed yourself, os ma na lluniau gyda chi, neu ma na neges gyda chi, cysylltwch. If you've got a message or some pictures, you can send them into us, hashtag Wales Airshow. But as George mentioned earlier, a full lineup again tomorrow, starting with the Red Devils parachute display team at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. So that display area in front of the secret bar is where you might want to set up tomorrow if you want to catch the parachute display first thing.
Well, we hope you enjoyed that. What a fabulous day it has been here at day one of the Wales Airshow in conjunction with Armed Forces Day as well. What a spectacular afternoon we've just had together. Wonderful, wonderful. Great to see a full show. The Red Arrows often get constricted by a lot of low cloud or just the airspace restrictions that happen to be in place. But here today, just had a bumper afternoon with a really spectacular last hour as well with all the display teams that we had with us. Absolutely superb. Now, as advice there, please go carefully. Please make sure you take all your belongings with you and your rubbish as well. Leave only footprints on the stand, please. But if you want to come back tomorrow, that's absolutely fine by us. Flying starts at 1:30 tomorrow. But of course, you can come early, chat to all the various veterans and the military staff up and down the road here and enjoy the sights and sounds of another spectacular second day here. Brought to you by Swansea Council and way too many sponsors to mention, but they have been absolutely fantastic, and we'll just mention one or two right now.
Yeah, hoffwn i ddiolch i'r noddwyr a'r cefnogwyr sioe Abertawe, sef FRFDS. A big thanks to the guys at FRSDS, and wrth yn bodd, great to have them with us here in Swansea. Delighted to be at the Wales Airshow for the second consecutive year running, and this year they've got a special offer on. You can go over and visit their stand to find out more, and hopefully win yourself a £100 Amazon voucher either before you go today or maybe tomorrow. But as you've been hearing, of course, you can come back and join us tomorrow, a slightly different order of service when it comes to the aircraft. So maybe you missed out on a couple of those today. Perhaps you missed the Sea King or the Swordfish or the Black Cats earlier. Well, tomorrow, of course, it's a different, diverse range once again. So do come back and join us tomorrow afternoon.
If you're having trouble relocating members of your family, then of course just speak to the stewards or any of the friendly police around the side. They will help you relocate, but please don't rush. Make the most of the evening in the restaurants and the bars here in lovely Swansea, and enjoy yourselves for a little while longer yet before you join the queues out on the road. But we wish you the very best. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you all have a great evening.
Diolch i chi gyd am ymuno gyda ni prynhawn yma am y sioe